Theon International is a leading developer and manufacturer of man-portable night vision, thermal imaging and electro-optical systems for defense and security applications with global footprint. Theon Group started its operations in 1997 from Athens, Greece, and since then has established itself as a leading force in the global market. Theon Group has an international office network in the US, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, 2 offices in the UAE and Singapore, and co-production and system maintenance partnerships in Brazil, the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Korea and Indonesia. Theon owns 2 state-of-the-art production facilities in Athens, serving its customers in 68 countries worldwide, 24 of which are NATO members. Theon also operates a production plant in Wetzlar, Germany, which is a joint venture together with Hensel Electronics, and a production capacity in Plymouth, Michigan, which is operated by its partner, EOTech. Theon's main factory is in Athens, close to the Athens International Airport. The main factory covers an area of 8,300 square meters, split over 2 buildings, which hosts a highly skilled workforce of around 310 people. The facility's size and setup supports the expected continuous growth of Theon over the coming years. Theon's production setup has the capacity to facilitate the entire engineering and production process, from initial research, design and product development, prototyping and testing, to product industrialization, as well as customer and product support. This approach enables Theon to deliver customized solutions in short time while maintaining a cost-effective structure. The company has 13 assembly rooms, 5 of which are clean rooms in which optical assemblies are being produced. The facility also hosts the engineering department, which consists of an experienced team of engineers who are highly skilled experts in their fields, including optical, mechanical, electronic, software, computer vision and AI engineering, as well as system design. Big emphasis is given on assuring the high quality of products. Quality inspection is carried out on all components that are sourced from Theon's international supply chain using state-of-the-art test and measurement equipment, many of which are in-house designed and assembled. Theon's products use 2 distinct technologies, night vision and thermal imaging. Night vision technology is based on image intensification and is used under low light conditions where ambient light that is available from sources such as the moon, the stars or street lights is amplified and projected onto a typical green or black and white screen. Today, night vision monoculars and binoculars are the basic equipment for any night operations. Thermal devices, in essence, capture and display differences in temperature of objects. Thermal systems can operate in total darkness, but also in full daylight and are typically used for medium to long-range observation and targeting of objects. Night vision and thermal technology are complementary, and the trend goes to fused systems that combine both technologies in one device, which is something that Theon is working on.
Στη ζωή υπάρχουν πολλοί δρόμοι. Αν όμως έχεις τη δύναμη να τους ενώσεις σε έναν δρόμο, το δικό σου δρόμο, τότε είσαι η Metlen. Με πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο στην εξέλιξη της βιομηχανίας και της παγκόσμιας ενεργειακής μετάβασης και με μία δέσμευση που κοιτάει πέρα από το σήμερα, δημιουργώντας τις εξελίξεις και δίνοντας μια καλύτερη μορφή στο αύριο. Metlen. Πάντα φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό δεν είναι μόνο για τον τουρισμό.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό είναι για όλους εμάς που δεν θέλουμε να φύγουμε από τον τόπο μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να στηρίζουμε την τοπική οικονομία.
Και να γινόμαστε συνεχώς καλύτεροι στη δουλειά μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να αναδείξουμε τον πολιτισμό μας.
Με σεβασμό σε αυτό το μοναδικό περιβάλλον.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να ταξιδέψουμε την τοπική μας παράδοση σε όλο τον κόσμο.
Στην Alpha-Bank πιστεύουμε ότι τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό φέρνουν την πρόοδο σε όλους. Γι' αυτό στεκόμαστε διαχρονικά δίπλα στις επιχειρήσεις του τουρισμού. Alpha-Bank. Η πρόοδος έχει τράπεζα.
Theon International is a leading developer and manufacturer of man-portable night vision, thermal imaging and electro-optical systems for defense and security applications with global footprint. Theon Group started its operations in 1997 from Athens, Greece, and since then has established itself as a leading force in the global market. Theon Group has an international office network in the US, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, 2 offices in the UAE and Singapore, and co-production and system maintenance partnerships in Brazil, the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Indonesia. Theon owns 2 state-of-the-art production facilities in Athens, serving its customers in 68 countries worldwide, 24 of which are NATO members. Theon also operates a production plant in Wetzlar, Germany, which is a joint venture together with Hensel Optronics, and a production capacity in Plymouth, Michigan, which is operated by its partner, EOTech. Theon's main factory is in Athens, close to the Athens International Airport. The main factory covers an area of 8,300 square meters, split over 2 buildings, which hosts a highly skilled workforce of around 310 people. The facility size and setup supports the expected continuous growth of Theon over the coming years. Theon's production setup has the capacity to facilitate the entire engineering and production process, from initial research, design and product development, prototyping and testing, to product industrialization, as well as customer and product support. This approach enables Theon to deliver customized solutions in short time while maintaining a cost-effective structure. The company has 13 assembly rooms, 5 of which are clean rooms in which optical assemblies are being produced. The facility also hosts the engineering department, which consists of an experienced team of engineers who are highly skilled experts in their fields, including optical, mechanical, electronic, software, computer vision and AI engineering, as well as system design. Big emphasis is given on assuring the high quality of products. Quality inspection is carried out on all components that are sourced from Theon's international supply chain using state-of-the-art test and measurement equipment, many of which are in-house designed and assembled. Theon's products use 2 distinct technologies, night vision and thermal imaging. Night vision technology is based on image intensification and is used under low light conditions where from sources such as the moon, the stars or street lights is amplified and projected onto a typical green or black and white screen. Today, night vision monoculars and binoculars are the basic equipment for any night operations. Thermal devices, in essence, capture and display differences in temperature of objects. Thermal systems can operate in total darkness, but also in full daylight, and are typically used for medium to long-range observation and targeting of objects. Night vision and thermal technology are complementary, and the trend goes to fused systems that combine both technologies in one device, which is something that Theon is working on.
Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Φέρνει στο σπίτι σου. Α, όχι εσύ πάλι. Θα με αφήσεις να τα πω. Φέρνει ταχύτητες έως 3 Gbps, αλλά και την υπηρεσία Fiber to the Room, με τη διάφανη οπτική ίνα σε κάθε δωμάτιο του σπιτιού.
Καλή φάση!
Περίμενε. Έχει κι άλλο. Και επιπλέον, ακόμα κι αν πέσει το σταθερό ίντερνετ, με την υπηρεσία Always Online παραμένει συνδεδεμένος μέσω του γρηγορότερου δικτύου κινητής, χωρίς καμία επιπλέον χρέωση. Ζήσε τώρα την ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία Fiber στο σπίτι από την Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε το κόσμο σου.
Νερό. Ένα πολύτιμο αγαθό σε συνεχή ροή μέσα στο χρόνο. Μέσα από τη μεγάλη ιστορία λειτουργίας της, η ΕΙΔΑΠ, η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία υπηρεσιών ίδρευσης και αποχέτευσης στην Ελλάδα, βρίσκεται και αυτή σε συνεχή εξέλιξη προκειμένου να προσφέρει το αγαθό του νερού σε επάρκεια και ποιότητα. Με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο, με υψηλό το αίσθημα της προσφοράς και της φροντίδας, με ευαισθησία για τις ανάγκες του, με άριστης ποιότητας νερό και ολοκληρωμένες υπηρεσίες συλλογής και επεξεργασίας λιμάτων, με σεβασμό στη φύση που διδάσκει τον κύκλο του νερού και της ζωής. Με το βλέμμα στο μέλλον, η ΕΙΔΑΠ υλοποιεί ένα δυναμικό πλάνο μετασχηματισμού και επενδύσεων σε βάθος 20 ετίας με ωφέλη για την κοινωνία, τους καταναλωτές, τους εργαζομένους της, τους επενδυτές, το περιβάλλον. Γιατί η φροντίδα για τον άνθρωπο και το περιβάλλον είναι αξία για την ΕΙΔΑΠ. Γιατί ο εξυγχρονισμός των δικτύων και των εγκαταστάσεών της είναι αξία για την οικονομία μας. Γιατί ο σεβασμός προς το περιβάλλον είναι αξία για ένα καλύτερο αύριο. Γιατί το νερό είναι αξία ζωής που πρέπει να προστατεύεται και να επιστρέφει καθαρό στη φύση και τον άνθρωπο. Αξία ζωής με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο. ΕΙΔΑΠ.
Νητσιάκος.
Αλλάζουμε. Προχωράμε μπροστά. Ο πελάτης στο κέντρο όλων των ενεργειών μας. Καινοτομούμε με νέα προϊόντα, νέες υπηρεσίες, νέες συνεργασίες. Αναπτυσσόμαστε. Κάνουμε τη Τηρεσίας μεγάλη και σύγχρονη, με νέα εμπορική συνεργασία με την Equifax και την εξαγορά της εταιρείας StatTech. Μετασχηματιζόμαστε σε ένα από τα κορυφαία γραφεία πίστης στην Ευρώπη. Ενισχύουμε την εθνική οικονομία και συμβάλλουμε αποτελεσματικά στη συμπερίληψη και ενίσχυση της εμπιστοσύνης στο χρηματοοικονομικό σύστημα. Εξελισσόμαστε. Ισχυροποιούμε τη θέση μας στην αγορά, δημιουργώντας μια μεγάλη εταιρεία για την κοινωνία, τους πελάτες και πάνω απ' όλα όλους εμάς.
Theon International is a leading developer and manufacturer of man-portable night vision, thermal imaging and electro-optical systems for defense and security applications with global footprint. Theon Group started its operations in 1997 from Athens, Greece, and since then has established itself as a leading force in the global market. Theon Group has an international office network in the US, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, 2 offices in the UAE and Singapore, and co-production and system maintenance partnerships in Brazil, the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Indonesia. Theon owns 2 state-of-the-art production facilities in Athens, serving its customers in 68 countries worldwide, 24 of which are NATO members. Theon also operates a production plant in Wetzlar, Germany, which is a joint venture together with Hensel Electronics, and a production capacity in Plymouth, Michigan, which is operated by its partner, Aeotech. Theon's main factory is in Athens, close to the Athens International Airport. The main factory covers an area of 8,300 square meters, split over 2 buildings, which hosts a highly skilled workforce of around 310 people. The facility's size and setup supports the expected continuous growth of Theon over the coming years. Theon's production setup has the capacity to facilitate the entire engineering and production process, from initial research, design and product development, prototyping and testing, to product industrialization, as well as customer and product support. This approach enables Theon to deliver customized solutions in short time while maintaining a cost-effective structure. The company has 13 assembly rooms, 5 of which are clean rooms in which optical assemblies are being produced. The facility also hosts the engineering department, which consists of an experienced team of engineers who are highly skilled experts in their fields, including optical, mechanical, electronic, software, computer vision and AI engineering, as well as system design. Big emphasis is given on assuring the high quality of products. Quality inspection is carried out on all components that are sourced from Theon's international supply chain using state-of-the-art test and measurement equipment, many of which are in-house designed and assembled. Theon's products use 2 distinct technologies, night vision and thermal imaging. Night vision technology is based on image intensification and is used under low light conditions where ambient light, that is available from sources such as the moon, the stars or street lights, is amplified and projected onto a typical green or black and white screen. Today, night vision monoculars and binoculars are the basic equipment for any night operations. Thermal devices, in essence, capture and display differences in temperature of objects. Thermal systems can operate in total darkness, but also in full daylight, and are typically used for medium to long-range observation and targeting of objects. Night vision and thermal technology are complementary, and the trend goes to fused systems that combine both technologies in one device, which is something that Theon is working on.
Στη ζωή υπάρχουν πολλοί δρόμοι. Αν όμως έχεις τη δύναμη να τους ενώσεις σε έναν δρόμο, το δικό σου δρόμο, τότε είσαι η Metlen. Με πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο στην εξέλιξη της βιομηχανίας και της παγκόσμιας ενεργειακής μετάβασης και με μία δέσμευση που κοιτάει πέρα από το σήμερα, δημιουργώντας τις εξελίξεις και δίνοντας μια καλύτερη μορφή στο αύριο. Metlen. Πάντα φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό δεν είναι μόνο για τον τουρισμό.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό είναι για όλους εμάς που δεν θέλουμε να φύγουμε από τον τόπο μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να στηρίζουμε την τοπική οικονομία.
Και να γινόμαστε συνεχώς καλύτεροι στη δουλειά μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να αναδείξουμε τον πολιτισμό μας.
Με σεβασμό σε αυτό το μοναδικό περιβάλλον.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να ταξιδέψουμε την τοπική μας παράδοση σε όλο τον κόσμο.
Στην Αλφα-Bank πιστεύουμε ότι τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό φέρνουν την πρόοδο σε όλους. Γι' αυτό στεκόμαστε διαχρονικά δίπλα στις επιχειρήσεις του τουρισμού. Αλφα-Bank. Η πρόοδος έχει τράπεζα.
Theon International is a leading developer and manufacturer of man-portable night vision, thermal imaging and
outside this hall, so please get back inside.
Theon Group started its operations in 1997 from Athens, Greece, and since then has established itself as a leading force in the global market. Theon Group has an international office network in the US, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, 2 offices in the UAE and Singapore, and co-production and system maintenance partnerships in Brazil, the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Indonesia. Theon owns 2 state-of-the-art production facilities in Athens, serving its customers in 68 countries worldwide, 24 of which are NATO members. Theon also operates a production plant in Wetzlar, Germany, which is a joint venture together with Hensel Electronics, and a production capacity in Plymouth, Michigan, which is operated by its partner, EOTech.
Αφήξη της αυτού εξοχότητας του Προέδρου της Δημοκρατίας, κ. Κωνσταντίνου Τασούλα. Arrival of His Excellency, Mr. Konstantin Tasoulas. Καλημέρα και πάλι. Καλώς ήρθατε. Καλώς στο βήμα τον κύριο Χατζη.
Good morning, welcome. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Hadjinikolaou to open the conference. We will have the great pleasure and honor to have the opening of the conference by His Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic, whom we warmly thank for responding to our invitation. Minister of National Economy and Eurogroup President, Ministers, MPs, Professors, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you and thank you for being with us on behalf of Next is Now and Dom Consulting at this conference, the Greece of 2030, and which is transmitted via internet by Real GR and Real FM. Enikos.gr. This year, 2030, has been set the year of sustainable growth. UN and Greece have set this year as the target for having achieved sustainable changes. We all seem to forget that in 2015 in New York, in the celebration of 75 years since the establishment of UN, there was an agreement to do away with poverty. The global leaders have adopted 17 objectives for sustainable development, setting as a target year 2030. They have signed an agenda that would bring about changes and reforms in the field of fair prosperity, fair progress, doing away with poverty and dealing with the threat of climate change. So the first issue that we will be discussing today is where do we stand compared to these initial objectives? How healthy is the Greek economy, which has been able to recover after a long-term financial crisis and a pandemic? We will be discussing the model on which our machines will be working on and what is about to happen in Greece in the forthcoming years. With these conferences, we try to bring to the fore debates of critical importance for the future of this country. This is a critical period due to the prevailing conditions and the critical situation and the results of the Greek economy. At this point, I would like to ask His Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic, Mr. Konstantinos Tassoulas, to come to the podium. Minister of Finance and President of Eurogroup, MPs, ladies and gentlemen. The titles of different conferences which bear future dates are very attractive to the speakers, but at the same time they are risky. Churchill would say that the best skill that a politician can have is to foresee the future and then to be able to be convincing when explaining why this didn't happen. Let us attempt to foresee the future in a manner that will mitigate the future risk of having to explain why nothing happened. 2030, which is the milestone set by the conference, is coming upon us. Is very close. Both 2030 and the beginning of the next decades will be shaped by developments in three fields: geopolitics, the economy, and technology. We live in a global environment where there is great uncertainty and instability. The balances after the end of the Cold War have drastically changed. Alliances are being reshaped, and the rules of the global game, which we knew in the past decades, are not a certainty anymore. Still, Greece has been able to and has used its geographical position in a very good way. We are increasing our power, and our relations with the US are becoming stronger through decisions and initiatives of the last 10 years. At the same time, we have promoted alliances and friendships with important Middle Eastern countries. The fact that Greece is being active in three areas is being reflected positively both on defense and the economy. The multiple and parallel alliances further increase and establishes international security. We need to support our alliances and at the same time strengthen our national defense. We work in a constructive manner to achieve social justice. We want growth to be felt not only on certain people or certain groups of people. We want our economy to transform growth into social cohesion. This is something that could have been said at any point in time, even 150 years ago, because these are long-standing objectives. But how can we turn them into effective results? At this point in time, it is quite clear that the Greek economy is affected in a critical way by the decisions taken elsewhere. So the progress of our economy in the next coming years will continue to depend on the coordination and compatibility with European institutions, and on the other hand, on the quality and the frequency of our contribution to joint European decisions. The forthcoming changes in the banking union, in the savings and union, in the digital future, and in the joint debt will, of course, affect our growth rate, the employment rate, and competitiveness. So we need to follow global developments closely, and we are able to participate constructively in the shaping and implementation of all the new strategies, and we are able to implement swiftly the new decisions. The introversion and the debate on completely unimportant differences and debates for Greece are useless and at the same time have a huge cost. Our future is written in the European institutions. Not only technocrats should be participating there, also businessmen, scientists, and the young generation should also take part. We need a well-informed public opinion that will help us achieve a better future in Europe. You should think European and act Greek increasingly creatively and decisively and in a manner that will shape the future of this country. This should be our motto. The third important field that is about to affect our future is the dialectic relationship between Greece and the rapid technological development. This dialectic relationship has to grow, especially at this point in time when knowledge is at our fingertips, especially now when the difference between the center and the region of capitalism, if we allow me to use this simplistic old Marxist description, the situation is as I said, and the growth of AI and technology is something very similar to the first industrial revolution. This changes everything in production, in industrial relations, and in labor relations. We need to focus on technology with a passion and consistency, and in the same manner we need to adopt the decisions that allow equal access to the benefits of technology. In a society where a socially powerful oligarchy is prevailing should be stopped. Therefore, the deepest challenge is philosophical. This sounds old-fashioned, but as we walk, as we proceed until into the 2030s, I can but remember the so-called generation of the 30s, Elitis, Empirikos, Terzakis, Theotokos. Not only aren't they obsolete, but they are very, very topical. Not because they have invented an aspect of what is Greek, which has given a definition to the so-called Greek identity, something that is true until now. It is the fact that they have initially said that societies, languages, nations reside on thinking and on the language. And those who think better, who reflect, are those who can grasp the best possible solution to everything that they are working on. Ulysses, in Homer's epics, created the Trojan horse because he was able to think. Themistocles, who led the sea battle of Salamis, realized that the wooden wall would be best implemented as ships. Alexander the Great, who reached India, did that because he was able to think. And Aristotle, his teacher, was able to define the doubling of Greece because he was able to think. Therefore, what we say now, at the point when AI provides answers in an imaginary speed, what remains humane is the manner, the critical thought, the brain that knows what to do with the answer that it has received. So let us not underestimate humanities. So another challenge for Greece in 2030 is education, the equality of classical education in this case, which of course affect the future and growth of this country. Finally, another important parameter is national unity. In the past, we were able to unite among us, but there were also times when we were torn by passions and hate. And this unity is the most difficult thing, more difficult than any reform, but it is a prerequisite for all of the above. We will win or lose in the 2030s at the level of the unity among the Greek people over and above political differences, especially in turbulent times. This is the main difference. This makes the difference between success and failure, between progress and the lack of it. And this is something that we should bear in mind. It is the only way that we should prove Churchill wrong and see all the good things that we foresee happen in actual practice. And with these few words, I would like to welcome the second conference with the subject of Greece 2030 and declare it open. I would like to congratulate the co-organizer companies Next Is Now and Dome Consulting. I am certain that this will be an important forum for a dialogue of the future, about the future of this country. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hope you can hear me, says Mr. Hadjinikolaou. Now I will kindly invite on stage the Minister of National Economy and Finance, who is also the President of Eurogroup. Kyriakos Pierakakis will step on stage so that he may be interrogated. Welcome, Minister, and thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. The European Commission recently removed Greece from the list of countries that are facing macroeconomic imbalances. Here's my question. What does this really signify for Greece? Is it just symbolical, or does it signify a real change with regard to businesses and citizens? Mr. Hadjinikolaou, thank you very much for this honorary invitation. President, Mr. Geroulanos, let me say that there's definitely a very intense symbolism there, but at the end of the day, what really matters is tangible results. Said decision means less supervision and more trust. Less supervision because we have closed a circle of 16 years and we went through crisis and there was supervision, macroeconomic imbalances. Now Greece is closing this circle, this cycle, and now there's more confidence and trust vis-a-vis the country and the national economy, so we will be able to borrow money at a lower cost and there will be more exports, more investments. At the end of the day, this will trickle down to the people, to the citizens, and it's important to be able to build on what we managed to achieve. This is very important until the next conquest. The European Commission, moreover, decided that there would be more flexibility in terms of public expenses and expenditure that is related to the energy sector. What does this really signify? There's this special energy clause, and could this possibly offer scope and new opportunities to provide support to businesses and households at a point in time when we're under pressure energy-wise. This clause was decided, and it's picking up from where we left in terms of the defense clause, meaning there would be more investment projects in the defense sector. In the framework of the new fiscal regulations of the European Union that have been enforced for quite a while now, the European Union allows you, a country, to spend more money than it really have. That's point one. Second, this particular clause concerns energy-related investment projects, so-called green investments. It's not purely and clearly support offered straight away to the people like we did a few weeks ago. Third, are these investments important? Definitely is the answer. The IMF survey that was publicized a while ago said that the impact of the financial economic crisis in Europe and in Greece is 12% smaller, by 12%, given the investment projects that have materialized since 2022 after Russia invaded Ukraine. So long-term investments and making sure that what you do in the short run certainly is coupled with a long-term planning will definitely trickle down to the people. So let's not underestimate the impact that such investment projects can have, generally speaking, in terms of social cohesion and national economy, because the impact is important. So we are aiming to take advantage of the scope we will be given. And let me add another thing here, how the European Commission responds and reacts. We used to talk about it since the start of the crisis in the Middle East. The response, the reaction is commensurate with the problem. So if you have a deeper and bigger problem, the reaction and response will be bigger. Where we are, we speak, this is what we have in our hands. Obviously, we're going to have a Eurogroup meeting this week in Luxembourg, and this is where we're going to talk about the so-called perimeter of this measure. The Greek economy during the first quarter of this year managed to grow by about 2%. Here's my question. Which are the factors that are feeding this growth and how resilient can it be? This growth is certainly bigger compared to its, in relation to its quality and its impact on investments compared to what we expected, that is. If you look at the parameters that push growth, then it's mostly investments, more exports compared to imports. Obviously, there's more consumption as we speak. The death measures, the International Fair of Thessaloniki's measures last year, the fact that we have less taxation, fewer taxes, helping households and families, the fact that there is a lower rate of real estate taxes, especially in the rest of Greece. The President of the Republic talked about it. 50% of the real estate tax will be eliminated in 12,000 small settlements, and in due course it will change and diminish. So all of that is cumulatively affecting growth in a positive way. And if we compare our growth rate to the European average, especially with regard to the forecast all over Europe, we have twice as much at least, meaning that we are twice as high in terms of growth rates compared to the rest of Europe, the average. What is the prospect now? All of Europe, there's a revision in the expected rates. Growth is dropping, the inflation rate is picking up according to the forecast. So it's important to bear in mind that we managed to do twice as much, and we're building on it. Once again, you essentially said that Greece is shifting, it's changing from a consumer-related model and moving towards another paradigm, a model that is basically focusing on investments and exports. What about the next step to be made in view of 2030 or by 2030? In order for us to vindicate the subject matter of this conference, let me kick off by stating this. During the crisis years, we said that we have to change our productive paradigm, a productive model. We managed to do a lot in the meantime. First, there's political stability. This was not an key, and it was not self-evident. We built on political stability, our fiscal stability as such. The fact that Greece, as we speak, is twice as much in terms of growth rates compared to Europe, and the fact that we are de-escalating our debt impressively so the world over. This is record-breaking. I'm not just discussing Europe, and pretty soon we're going to have a very low unemployment rate. We have, since 2019, created more than 500,000 jobs in Greece. So if you add everything up together, this is an important conquest. The productive paradigm is changing. It hasn't changed. And let me also usher in two parameters that you've mentioned during your question. Let's discuss investments and investment projects. In 2019, we had 11% of the GDP. The average in Europe was 21%. As we speak, investment projects are giving 17 to 18% of our GDP. We're moving forward. We're progressing. So we have come a long way, but we need more. We need more domestic investments. We need more foreign investments. We want more mergers and acquisitions. We want more investments to be able to allege that indeed we have managed to fully change the productive paradigm of Greece. And then let me come to exports. Our growth rate compared to last year is higher, also thanks to exports. When we embarked on this crisis, the 20% of the GDP came from exports. Now it's 40, but the average in Europe is 51, Mr. Hadjinikolaou. Having said that, we have to see a few more things happen. Say, we have to come all the way when it comes to exports and investment projects, and we have to improve and ameliorate productivity rates while increasing the size of the figures of Greek enterprises to overall make our country go where it can, because it really can do so much more. Which brings me to private debt. You have announced that when it comes to bank accounts, you will not seize amounts under 1,600 euros. You have taken a number of measures for protecting the first house and private debts. Are you worried about the size of private debt, and are these measures enough? Let me say that the totality of the measures that we have enforced in terms of private debts, and I'm going to list them, is actually the fullest ever, fully fledged range of measures since the financial crisis. The systemic risk of private debt is not really worrying, but it's a social reality because behind any debt, there is a household, a citizen, and businesses that are indebted. So this evidently is a concern for everyone and me. The private debt to GDP is lower here compared to the European average, which is, unless I'm wrong, 121.4, and we are lower than that. The NPLs in 2016 were 46%, unless I'm wrong. That is, of all loans now, they are 3.3%. And last year we had 6.8 billion paid or settled. So this goes to show that things are changing. We are moving in the right direction. When it comes to the measures we've taken, you referred to what I announced before the Hellenic Parliament last Friday. When it comes to bank accounts, private bank accounts, this is definitely one of the measures. There's more. We have the 72 installments. We also have changed the limits in order to have extrajudicial proceedings and settlements. And then we turned this mechanism into a productive and effective instrument to protect the so-called first own house. And there is overall a protective policy of first houses or own houses. There will be a special entity established as of this year. So this will be helpful to the citizens. All of that together is a cohesive and concerted policy. This is in favor of the society, of the communities, and we've shown that we are willing to, and we have the right reflexes in order for us to take more measures, just as long as they will be beneficial to our economy and society. I'm certain that while people are listening to us, because many people are listening to us in Athens and Thessaloniki and in another 25 citizen towns where we're broadcasting via real.fm. I guess they will be wondering why I haven't mentioned the inflation rate and high prices of commodities and goods. And this is why I'm coming to this issue. This is the main concern for households, the fact that there have been price hikes. And here's my question. What are you going to do to restrain or contain the inflation rate that's rampant? And what will you say to those who have the feeling that prices are still picking up faster than their incomes? High prices, yes, it's a big issue. No one is blind. Everybody's aware of that. This is a big issue in all of Europe. This is what we are talking about with all of my peers and all my colleagues whenever we meet at the confines of councils and meetings and we discuss what we do in order to learn from one another. Practically, there's two things you can do. First, you have to take steps that will contain prices. We've made such steps, many such steps. We subsidize 15% for fertilizers, and we also subsidize diesel, and we helped maritime shipping and the farmers and the fuels. All of these measures were fully aligned with this rationale, this philosophy, if you will. And then it's also important to enhance and improve the available income of citizens. Like you said, you can't always do that. You can't always be ahead of that. Depending on what they buy and what sort of expenditures they have, you have to be targeted and you have to act fast. And I know very, very well that this discussing statistical data is not a response, but then again, taking stock of statistical data and figures help you understand what the size of the problem is. The fact that we've increased the minimum wage since 2019 by 46%, while cumulative inflation is 21% until now. This is a reality. Does this signify that all problems have been resolved? Not at all. No way. But then again, we know that the only way to resolve such issues in order to move forward and to help those who need the state, the assistance of the state, the support of the state through tax exemptions, as we said last year at the Thessaloniki International Fair, this is what we will be doing. The Prime Minister, the Cabinet, me, our top priority forever is to be able to help those who are greatly impacting by high prices, and we will be there to provide them with any euro available. We'll help them improve their revenue, but we'll never undermine the course of the economy, and we're not going to mislead people, or else that will undermine exactly those who need the assistance and support of the state. There are positive indicators economy-wise. You mentioned a few in your previous responses or your responses so far. Many fellow citizens of ours say that they can't see that improvement in their daily lives, not just yet. So there's still this question, how can you translate growth in better revenues, better salaries, wages, better disposable income, better quality of life? This is exactly the goal, and must be the goal of any government policy. And our third term, exactly like you said, the absolute building or connection of economic performances and social realities. It's happening as we speak. Things are ameliorating as we speak. We have more than 500,000 new jobs. Let me put it in such simple terms. This is reverberating in the lives of people. They found work, so their revenues improved. The available income amelioration following death or the private debt measures, all of that has a cumulative effect. Not all of the aforementioned has managed to achieve the goal set. We hear people speak of Greece, the conquest of Greece, how it keeps improving its position. Now we have to make sure that this spills over indeed, truly, in each and every household and family. But every week, every month that goes by, we change things, we improve things. This is getting better and better because it's exactly like you said through your question. The goal is to make sure that each house feels the impact, the positive impact. Now, in your capacity as president of the Eurogroup, you have a wider image of the European economy. Now, here's my question. Which do you think is the biggest challenge for Europe in view of 2030? Is it competitive versus to the United States of America or China? Is it maybe funding and financing the defense sector? Is it the demographic issue? Everything you mentioned, all of that, they are all fundamental in order to have Europe go exactly where it can go. It has to overcome challenges and take advantage of or conquer opportunities. But if I had to choose, I would pick the word competitiveness. The Letta report, the Draghi report, they both refer to it. And you know what? It's obvious. You can sense that in the confines of the European councils, there's a dividend of what's obvious, self-evident, if you will, things we didn't do. in the previous years. We felt it after we assumed power in 2019. What you failed to do over decades, over the span of decades, will give you a growth dividend just as long as you do it, because governments are doing more than just that. Governments are called upon to deal with the unpredictable stuff. They have to respond and react to that, and this is exactly what Europe is doing. We have 27 greatly fragmented markets, for instance, capital markets. We have the banking union. The President of the Republic referred to the European challenge, the capital markets, the banking institutions, innovation. They are right there. We have to do them. We can't dodge them. And I believe that a big challenge for a generation of statespeople, regardless of where they come from, politically speaking, is us being able to act together to exceed those lines and take advantage or tap that potential. And that will be beneficial indeed for all European communities, certainly the Greek society as well. Quite often you say that the big challenge for the Greek economy is to improve and increase productivity. If you had to choose just one reform that would really change the productivity rate of Greece over the span of the next 5 years, what would you choose and why? I'm not going to surprise you with my answer. Completing the digitalization process using AI, and let me explain why. We characteristically experienced what digitization can do in the field of improving surpluses, doing away with tax evasion, tax avoidance, or gov.gr, which is now 6 years of age, and we have 2,200 reasons not to leave your office or home and still get the services. We are still heading there. That's not the end of this path. Once we wrap it up using AI, will lead to something simple, in my opinion. There will be no wasted time. You will not be in search of lost time, as Proust said. You will be able, using digitalization, to do your job, to do your work systematically. It might be pertinent to meting out justice or licensing your enterprise. What you can't measure, you can't reform, you can't even follow up on, I'd say simply. So as we speak, and by taking advantage of RRF funds, we are rolling out horizontally a number of projects, digitalization projects, involving every single field. So once we have the overview of all the data of the state, we will be able to work wonders with that. We will be doing that. We're not very far from this happening in just a handful of years before it's a wrap. So when it comes to simplification and also serving people and making well-informed and smart decisions, digitalization using AI will make a difference. Despite the fact that it sounds very technical, it will be simple and it will be well-rooted in the daily lives of people. Mr. Minister, Mr. Pierrakakis, I would kindly ask you now to make a trip and go in your head the year 2030. So make this trip to the future. Suppose this is 2030 now, and we are taking stock of this period until 2030, what would be the one economic, financial, or social result, an outcome that would have made you proud?
I would give you a qualitative parameter, not a quantitative one. A change in attitude, which is underway, I must admit. An effort not to try to provide and divide an increasingly smaller growth pie, but to understand, everybody should understand that we live in a country that is reformable and the faith that this can happen. Greece is achieving that. So if we continue on this way with greater speed and with a conviction, we are going to see changes that could have come earlier. By 2027 already, Greece is not going to be the most over-indebted in Europe. Over-indebted country in Europe. An extrovert Greece is going to achieve many things. So thank you very much, Minister of Finance and President of Eurogroup, Mr. Pierrakakis. And now I will give the baton to Ms. Mariana Panagiotti, who is a co-organizer, and she's going to moderate the first interesting panel of the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, the President of the Republic will leave. Please stand. Thank you very much, Mr. President. It was a great honor for us that you came to open this conference. And now we will continue. Thank you very much, Mr. Pierrakakis. All the best to you. The next panel is going to start a bit upside down manner because the Ministry of the Environment and Energy is currently in the US. But before leaving, he agreed to be interviewed in the ministry, and so he replied to our questions. So let us watch Mr. Papastavros' video, and we will then continue with the live panel on the important issue of energy security in an environment.
Βλέπουν οι σύνεδροι τη συνέντευξη αυτή, εσείς θα είστε Αμερική. Τέταρτη φορά, πέμπτη.
Έκτη φορά.
Έκτη φορά.
Έκτη φορά στους 12 μήνες.
Έκτη φορά. Ατζέντα ταξιδιού αυτή τη φορά.
Αυτή τη φορά προσπαθούμε να δώσουμε μεγαλύτερο βάθος και περιεχόμενο στην πρωτοβουλία 3+1. Δηλαδή, με τον ομόλογό μου της Αμερικής, τον Chris Wright, μαζί με τον Μιχάλη Δαμιανό και τον Έλλη Κόεν, θα συναντηθούμε έτσι ώστε αυτή η συνεργασία που έχουμε στον τομέα της ενέργειας να αποκτήσει πιο μόνιμο βάθος και περιεχόμενο.
Κάθετος διάδρομος. Στην πραγματικότητα όλα με τον ένα ή με τον άλλο τρόπο έχουν όχι βέβαια αποτέλεσμα, αλλά έχουν σύνδεση με τον περίφημο κάθετο διάδρομο.
Σωστά. Γιατί η συνεργασία που έχουμε στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο ουσιαστικά θα οδηγεί στη δημιουργία παραγωγής φυσικού αερίου, το οποίο μπορεί να χρησιμοποιεί τον κάθετο διάδρομο και να ανεβαίνει στη Δυτική Ευρώπη.
Και αυτό είναι, ας πούμε, μια νέα ενεργειακή αρτηρία για τα Βαλκάνια και από εκεί και πέρα.
Μια νέα ενεργειακή αρτηρία, μια νέα αρτηρία προόδου και ανάπτυξης σε μια περιοχή η οποία για πάρα πολλές δεκαετίες είχε διαιρεθεί από ιδεολογίες, από ιστορία, από γεωγραφία και τώρα ο κάθετος διάδρομος έρχεται και δημιουργεί μια γέφυρα συνεργασίας.
Υπάρχουν ερωτηματικά, καλοπροαίρετα, δεν θα μιλήσω για τα κακοπροαίρετα, που λέει μήπως Ελλάδα και Τουρκία στην πραγματικότητα συναγωνίζονται για τον ίδιο ρόλο, δηλαδή να είναι η κύρια πύλη εισόδου ενέργειας προς την Ευρώπη, Βαλκάνια και Ευρώπη. Το λένε με την έννοια το ότι η Άγκυρα, ας πούμε, μπορεί να συγκεντρώσει περισσότερους φυσικούς πόρους αερίου, εννοείται, από το Αζερμπαϊτζάν, από τη Μέση Ανατολή, από τη Μαύρη Θάλασσα. Πόσο βάση μπορεί να έχουν αυτά τα σενάρια ή οι φόβοι?
Κοιτάξτε, αυτή τη στιγμή ο Turk Stream, ο αγωγός από την Τουρκία, έφερνε και φέρνει 14 με 15 BCM ρωσικού φυσικού αερίου. Αυτό, σύμφωνα με την απόφαση της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης, σταματάει. Άρα εκεί έχουμε έναν περιορισμό της εισόδου φυσικού αερίου από την Τουρκία και αντίστοιχα αύξηση του ρόλου της Ελλάδας, που γίνεται μέσω του κάθετου διαδρόμου της Ρεβιθούσης της Αλεξανδρούπολης στο σημείο εισόδου του αμερικανικού φυσικού αερίου για αυτήν την περιοχή.
Ξέρετε, επειδή εμείς ως πιο παλιοί δημοσιογράφοι θυμόμαστε και την άλλη περίοδο, δηλαδή την περίοδο της άνθησης των ρώσο-ευρωπαϊκών σχέσεων σε σχέση με το φυσικό αέριο και με τότε πρωτοβουλία.
Relations were flourishing with Germany. If the situation is normalized, because it looks as if it can't go on forever, are there ideas to change the plans? Are we going to see the flow of Russian raw materials restored? Will there be some work for this corridor? Listen, this is an important question. We have the EU regulation that stops the use of natural gas by 2028. But we wonder what is going to happen if things change. But even if things do change, Europe is never going to allow itself to find in a position where we have a weaponization of the natural gas, as was the case in some years ago with Sofia. So the importance of this vertical corridor is going to remain great because, as I said, also Cyprus with Aphrodite will be producing natural gas, and possibly in a few years we could also have in the Ionian area and sea and in Crete. So if the prohibition of Russian natural gas remains, but even if it doesn't, there will still be work for this. Yes, but the existent natural gas infrastructure in Europe is being underused, and that the vertical corridor risks becoming an important, expensive project with limited use. Well, we were discussing the low price of the Russian gas all these years. But, Ms. Pirioti, if we also take into account the cost of the Russian natural gas in 2022, when they stopped giving it to us, what seemed to be cheap for a while became too expensive. So security of supply is something that is very valuable. So we should not be discussing cheap or expensive, but security of supply. You mentioned the European policy earlier. We have the very well-known target of decarbonization until 2040, we say now, even in 2050. But these things are not happening with from a distance of 10 or 20 years. So this new infrastructure, which will cost billions, may become useless. Listen, when we discuss decarbonization, and whenever we are when we discuss they ask us with hydrocarbons or with the renewable energy sources. We say with Greece for Greeks. We are very happy to have a very high percentage of RES, but we understand that the natural gas is going to be a bridge fuel for many years, and Europe will need it. So is it better to be the greatest importer of natural gas, or is it better for Romania, Greece and Cyprus to have our own natural gas? Obviously, it is the latter. And how important is the use of the Revithousa infrastructure, let's say? It is decisive. Some people say, in a simplistic way, that Biden left, Trump arrived, and immediately the Mitsotakis government has changed its position. No, things are not like that. Our Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, has invested in natural gas infrastructure since 2019, and this investment has increased. It is now 1.5 billion. So the infrastructure and our geographical position, alongside political and financial stability, have led foreign countries to come and to trust Greece as the gateway. If we did not have the infrastructure, this wouldn't be the case. So now that you mentioned this, in the hypothetical scenarios where we wouldn't have the vertical corridor being financed, could this project be fully financed by foreign investors? Could it have been a PPP? it could have been a safe private project. Now, coming down to the south of Crete, and this is your great specialty, international crisis. So, exploration south of Greece is very important for different reasons. In your eyes, and in relation to our sovereign rights, which are non-negotiable, what is about to happen, especially after the tension that Turkey has caused? We proceed with a plan, and in a decisive manner. We will have the exploration by the end of 2026. Remember last year when the MOU between Turkey and Libya was signed, and people thought that this would be a disaster, but the two most powerful companies in the world are present here in Greece, and global capitalism shows us that the possibility is that we will have great profits. But the fact that these giants are recognizing Greek position is a de facto recognition. Let's be realistic, because we need to be realistic. The support, the silent support, and the message that go towards our neighboring country through the participation of big American companies. And as we are very well aware, the U.S., and very rightly so, have a different policy. So this will happen with any government in the U.S. The ExxonMobil, Hellenic, and Energean have told us that to the extent that the reserves in Western Ionian Sea, the investment would be $5 billion. If ExxonMobil or Chevron invest $5 billion in our territory, this means something. This is important. And so, since we are talking about 2030, alongside institutional progress, improvement in the economy, in unemployment, which are the government choices that could lead to a real increase in our growth levels? This one, it is uncertain, but if it is confirmed that one of those reserves can be used for use, is a good future, means well for the Ionian Sea. Things seem to be better. Listen, but the exploration results are more mature, and if we see just one reserve that the reserve can be exploited, then the value of all our fields in Greece will grow. Now, let's discuss energy in general. You mentioned the penetration of the RESs from 19 to 2025. We have made leaps in this field. But the problem is that while the RESs are being multiplied, also creating some reactions, and we are now setting up the plan. It was high time. Yes, the first one was in 28, but things have changed to a great extent, so that we are preparing spatial planning to define the areas where they cannot be RES cannot be installed. The cost of the RES power has not been felt by Greek consumers. On the other hand, the prices have not gone up. are you considering the fact that we need to harness the sea power? Because what is happening in Norway and in other countries, the wind farms in the sea, which is quite strange things. It may bring about certain reactions on the islands or not. How are we doing it? As regards the RES, we're doing very well. But in 2019, when this government took over, we had 6.2 giga. Now we have 18 gigas. And we have added 3 gigas in 1 year. So in 1 year we have installed half of what we had in 2019, but we are not doing well in storage, and there we need to proceed. I was about to ask you that. I have not seen the questions. Yes, of course, because I'm an old school journalist. If I were a new school journalist, you would have seen it. So even the sea power is being studied. We are creating a framework alongside the EU, because you're quite right. The wind power that we can collect is immense. There is a report by the World Bank for Greece and France saying that these are the two countries with the highest wind power. So we are working on a pilot project so as to see how this pilot project can grow. So let's go to the most important issue, which is the storage batteries that exist or that will be manufactured in Greece. We are lagging behind in this respect. We have grown the RES by a lot, and we did not think that there was going to be some saturation. Now, the 1st of April 2026, we saw the first 2 megawatt connection between two batteries. We are at 200 megawatts, and hopefully next year we will reach 1.2, 1.4 gigawatt. We are trying to cover this gap, which is a problem. There are other neighboring countries that are lagging behind in RES, but are doing much better in the storage. Let's go to the nuclear energy. Could we have small nuclear stations in order to substitute fossil fuels? I think that Europe needs to move towards a single energy market so that we can use whatever each country can provide. From us, we can contribute with wind energy, etc. From Scandinavia and France, the nuclear. The Prime Minister has opened the debate, but we need to see what the European framework can provide. Yes, but many things remain to be seen. And last question. Let me move from 2030 to 2035. How do you see Greece in the energy map in 2035? Is it going to be an energy generation energy hub, or mediator for energy? I believe that in 2035 we will have reached a maturity level where we will be producing our own energy. We can have an equilibrium and stability in the RES system, and mainly to be the champions of the AI revolution, which requires lots of energy. So we need to be on the first car on the train that will lead to the new revolution. So thank you very much, and I hope that you you will travel safely back to Greece. This was the interview. I hope that all goes well in the U.S. in this sixth, if I'm not mistaken, trip to the States. So I would like to invite our panelists here, Mr. Panos Geroulanos from PASOK, Alexandra Zdoukou, who is the spokesperson for New Democracy, but who was also a minister in the field of energy and the environment, and we will have Mr. Yannis Margaris instead of Mr. Manousakis from the energy manager, Mr. Stassinos, who is the president of the Technical Chamber of Greece, and Mr. Konstantinos Tsimaras, who is the president of the Regulatory Authority.
Let's kick off with the opposition, since we had the minister just now. As a result, I would venture to infer, you're smiling, Mr. Geroulanos, I would venture to infer that you have a lot to comment. Let's start with a general comment, or what impressed you, given Mr. Papastavros' interview. And then I'm going to ask you what energy security is for you. I hope you can hear me, says Mr. Geroulanos. Yes, it's on. Don't you worry about it. It's on. Yes. Perfect. Allow me to start by stating that energy security can't happen in the absence of security. Because when we focus heavily on energy issues, we tend to forget about the role that Greece could play within the wider context, our penetration rate. Greece always has a choice. It can choose whether it will play the role of the border of an alliance or will act as a bridge between this alliance and other countries. After acceding to the European Union, Greece has ensured security by acting as a bridge, by acting as a mediator and intermediate in big conflicts, the big conflicts of that time. This is not theoretical. Greece has thus managed to ensure that there would be no terror strikes in Greece for 40 years. It also secured that there would be safe Olympic Games hosted. It's ensured that we would be playing a very active role in conflicts, be that the bombing Yugoslavia or the war in Iraq. And it ended up with, indeed, the successful inclusion of Cyprus in the European Union, its accession. This course was set and endorsed by all PMs since the time of Andreas Papandreou all the way to the previous government. In the hands of Mr. Mitsotakis, the political doctrine of Greece changed, and we became a border. As a result, Turkey invades Syria, and we don't know. There's the Turkish-Libyan agreement, and we lose both our Libyan allies. As we speak, there are wars waged in Iran, in Gaza, in Ukraine, and not only do we have no role to play there, but in many of these, we are thought of as an enemy of the one party, as is the case with Russia. You do realize now that this is creating an environment by now within which energy is not playing a leading part, but it's playing a complementary part. It's great to have the vertical axis, but we can't have the vertical axis alone help us ensure and secure that we can play a very important role. So, coming to the energy sector, in order for energy to provide you with security, and this was our big break. If you want to have it happen that way, you have to be autonomous and self-catering, and you have to have as many simple systems as possible. To have that happen, you need batteries and you need grids. Indeed, I was flabbergasted when I heard the energy minister say that, yes, we didn't think about batteries. We haven't thought about that. What was that? You are building energy infrastructure, but you don't know where to store it. Why don't you just accept this as an acceptance of, or indeed, he's saying we were late. Well, what's the outcome of that? We do away with lignite, but we sell lignite in Northern Macedonia, and we are polluting the very air that we're breathing in. And recently, Kathimerini, a daily newspaper, said that it's not just me, and maybe you think I'm acting in bad faith since I represent the opposition party. Now, Kathimerini wrote that the Bulgarians have invested in batteries, so they are storing our energy, the one we generate. Indeed, Mrs. Pirioti, Mr. Mitsotakis managed to turn Greece into the battery of the Balkans, benefiting other countries, not our own. What sort of energy security can we build within the confines of an environment where we are not playing a role, and the two great capabilities that energy gives us, we haven't capitalized on? Mrs. Douko, I guess you would like to intervene now more, because you served at the Ministry of Energy. The response to why we didn't have batteries is this: they were very costly in the year 2019, and you know what? That cost eventually would have trickled down to the consumers. In 2019, batteries were so much costlier than they are today. The technology was immature. These two elements were, for us, at the Ministry, of critical importance in preparing for the future, in laying the ground for the future. So we had to wait for just a couple of years until these investments happened. We had to prep. I mean, we didn't have the institutional framework for batteries. We had to build that. We didn't have licensing framework for batteries. We had to create that as well. In addition to that, we had to negotiate with the European Commission, and in particular the RRF, Mrs. Pirioti, because we wanted to get money through the RRF exactly to have those investment projects materialize. And we managed to get approximately 400 million to have storage infrastructure created, energy storage. That scheme, it was financial and economic. We needed to create it and then have it approved by the European Commission. It took us about 1.5 years to get the approval from the European Commission. I have to say that we were the very first EU member state which got approval by the Commission. Approval for our subsidizing batteries model. That was the reason why we were lagging behind. And yes, today, as we speak, these investment projects in the field of the batteries are being planned. And as Mr. Papastavrou said, we will have about 1 gigawatt until next year. You see, this will happen next year because we are working. And I hope that at the same point in time, you're facilitating big creation and rollout of foreign investment projects, be they big parks for batteries to be placed. And of course, from a spatial planning point of view, they need to be facilitated. And at the same point in time, possibly there could be facilitations for projects to build batteries in Greece. This is also know-how and expertise that we need to have. But this also presupposes the existence of a political volition that is trickling down. This is a problem. Normally in Greece, this is not working, not all the way through, and things get stuck without any reason whatsoever. You know what? When we speak of energy, things can be really elaborate, quite complicated, Mrs. Pirioti, and quite often we're talking about things that we tend to think are self-evident, but they are time-consuming. So it's very important to pave a path for energy policies in a responsible way, validating your data, not just saying things theoretically without really knowing the true hindrances that are there. Definitely, one element that we must bear in mind is the energy transition, which is happening as we speak. And we need as much RES as possible, PV, offshore, wind energy. We need all of that to make sure that we will not be dependent on third countries, mainly China. And therefore, in order for us as a country right here and now to create added value, in order for us to be able to have the productive procedures in place and build batteries, accessories that are related to such technologies, this is of critical importance indeed. And this is what I need to elaborate on, because you see, throughout these years, we have greatly emphasized on that, and we have been assertive. We have been asking the RRF for funds. There is the Producing Green, for instance. It's just one out of many programs. We asked for money to make it happen, to have PV accessories, recycling, batteries, chargers, anything and everything that is associated with the green transition and the value chain thereof. By way of conclusion, let me add this. When we came in power in 2019, Mrs. Pirioti, the Prime Minister, gave us a very clear mandate. He asked us to build a national plan for energy and climate, one that would be realistic, one that would be ambitious, and mostly one that would allow us, since you're talking about 2030 and we're on the way to getting to 2030, in order for us, based on this plan, to be able to deliver by 2030. And I'm really happy because in the meantime, we can claim that we were preemptive in many aspects. We foresaw things, we were creative, we built things, and it's working. We are in the year 2026. That's why we have the National Plan for Energy and Climate, the so-called the SEC in Greek. It's happening as we speak, and many of the objectives we set for 2030 apparently will be achieved prior to that. Mr. Stasinos, I'll give you the floor before we go back to the rest of the speakers. Mr. Stasinos, you lent an ear to what both sides had to say, and you also listened to the minister. You're a technocrat, but I would like to have mostly your technocratic and political view vis-a-vis energy security within an environment which obviously is quite complex. I will try to be as simple as possible. In layman's terms, I'd say that the minister said we're doing very well in terms of RES, and he said that we need to pick up speed in terms of batteries. The way is very specific. The plan is specific. As he said, we have to increase the rate at which we store energy. And let me add another thing. There's nothing more we need to do. This is all we need to do. And therefore, we have to make sure there's storage. Let's make it happen faster. Let's make it bigger. And since we're talking about energy security, not everything is centrally located or simply pertinent to industrial production or, generally speaking, production. These are very important, but it's equally important to ensure, as we speak, that citizens will have energy, will have power at home. We have to help them that way, because it's very rare that we talk about that. I'm talking about power autonomy and a drop in energy consumption through all these programs and projects, including Execonomo, that is saving energy at the home. These must be given priority to. They must be part of the debate. I know that everything's happening, bearing in mind the big investors, the big businesses, but at the end of the day, the most important thing is to make sure that citizens are okay. In order for them to be okay, we have to give them energy and power with as little red tape as possible, as best as possible. We have to make sure that they consume their own energy. Time and again, I've had various discussions also with Mrs. Duku in her previous role. With many people, I've had this discussion. So the Execonomo programs and projects, since they're there, and I don't think everybody else is going to refer that, we have PVs at the porch and the verandas and the balconies. You know what? We have to have one single Execonomo Let's make sure that we don't change things every time that there's a new energy minister who alleges this is their own Stasinos or Piyoti programs. They want to sell this as if it's their own idea. It's been years now. So let's make sure that this is one Execonomo program. Let's make sure there's one bucket or treasury for such funds. Let's make sure that it's happening it's happening seamlessly. Whenever there's need for approvals, let's have that happen without any obstacles. And whenever there's a new government in power, still the bucket will be there. Nobody is reinventing anything. It was reinvented 16 years ago. So let's also take into account the smaller things, not just the big things and the big picture. Let's think about the citizens. And the toughest thing to do today is to have a connection to the grid, regardless of whether we're talking about big work sites or small buildings. We're talking about energy security, but you need a year to finally get a new connection to the grid for your building, for your industrial plan. It's complex. We have PVs, we have chargers, but our infrastructure is obsolete. It's really ancient. And the air, meaning IPTO, can't connect any individual and no individual household. And now, despite that, we're still talking about big things. So you're saying that, and the gentleman says it's impossible to connect a new house to the grid. Let me ask you about something that maybe it's irrelevant. Today we are having this conference, and as we speak, there's a protest outside the Ministry of Energy and the Environment. The farmers who also have PV facilities, there's 3,500 of them, and they are protesting and reacting, and they're saying that prior to 2023, and even earlier than that, they were asked to, or rather they were allowed, and they were also incentivized to use their plots or part of their land to have PVs, PV parks. As we speak, they are desperate because they are the last to be connected or interconnected, and there are delays. And there's also the issue of implementing policies. Theoretically, it was the right policy. You see what Mr. Stasinos says, it's similar to what the minister said about batteries. In the video, we asked many people to join in, so there's lots of PV, but we don't have the commensurate grids to get the energy, the power, and then eventually store it without wasting it. You see, the grids are the biggest thorn, and at a certain point in time, we have to focus on that. Okay, let's go to the grids. Let me turn to Mr. Tsimaras, who, you see, there's resilience and infrastructure, the resilience of infrastructure and interconnection. What is your take, Mr. Tsimaras? Where are we now? Resilience-wise, infrastructure resilience, and what about interconnections?
Well, the fact is that in the past decade, when we were going through the long and deep financial crisis, caused a deceleration, a slowing down of many investments, including the networks. This has kept this country back, and this is not the only sector where this happened. There was a slowing down of investments at the time. Investing in networks requires not only millions but billions, but still the system has proven that it is resilient, that it can withstand the pressures, and the truth is that the creation of storage potential will help us overcome the problem partially. But what is also important are the connections in our wider region, Southeastern Europe, that is. Whether we like it or not, our geopolitical position is excellent. And this helps us. And this is obviously so now when we are changing the traditional model of energy flow from east to west, and therefore our neighboring countries such as Turkey are not so important anymore, and our role is more important. But on the other hand, we are on the southeastern edge of Europe, and we with a few EU countries bordering us, we are not Austria or Germany or Belgium, that we can so that we can interconnect our grid to or our networks to other countries, and this causes some problems as regards the interconnections, and this may also affect the prices. And this has also been discussed at the European level. An effort is underway to deal with that. We have acted also alongside with the regulators and the governments of our neighboring countries, such as Bulgaria and Romania, and with Italy, in order to increase the interconnections with Italy. And we also have plans for an interconnection with Egypt, which can transfer green energy to Greece and potentially further north. And we have Cyprus, which has, of course, its own special place for different reasons. So if we move from Cyprus to Israel, then another important. So all roads lead to the electric energy administrator. So we heard the minister tell us that we are lagging behind in storage in relation to the RES generation. So we will then talk about the interconnections. So thank you very much for inviting us. The President would like to excuse himself. He was unable to attend. Now, as regards storage, we should look at it differently. When we say a lot or little or fast or slow, objectively, Greece was able to triple the installed power of RES since between 2019 and today. This is not an easy task. Ms. Doucou is here, who was present during a big part of this path, and there was a genesis effort, let's say, underway, and that is why we are able to see the prices remain at the previous levels, and we have some security reserves. But now is the time when the government is accelerating its effort. So we see all the first batteries in operation, and during the first part of 2027, we expect 1.5 gigawatt in batteries. But of course, batteries are not as easy to import as in other sectors of the economy. We have seen what is happening in information technology and computers, but we, the managers, are mainly important for the security of supply, and this has not only been always been guaranteed in the past. So even with the new batteries, as they enter the system, we need to be very careful to see how they respond, how they operate, so as to learn in view of the next waves of batteries. And this is important for all of us. So the government is and has already been supporting the RES. Now, because of the extra investments, extra measures are being introduced, as announced last year. We are speeding up the battery projects. We are have a new lineup of projects, and as we heard Ms. Doucou say, that when the delignitization of the country was announced in 2019. Let me be frank, no technocrat believed that we would have reached at the level of RES already in 2026, not 2030. Mr. Geroulanos, let me ask you. Approximately 36 billion came from the RRF, and a big part of that was spent on digital projects, and another big part went to energy. And listening to just now to Mr. Margaris, we have RES, we lack the storage capacity, but this is advancing according to the government. And all of this, you are active in this sector. It is your field of responsibility, the RRF. Do they have a footprint, an effect on the electricity bill, both for Greek businesses, which are mostly SMEs, they are not huge corporations, and especially households, which listen to all these things, and they may be listening to us on the radio, and they would be thinking, but at the end of the month, I find myself unable to pay to pay my electricity bill. They listen to all these different policies. The situation is a bit bizarre, I must say. Yes, that is so. And maybe because of the theme of the conference, we are turning our attention to geopolitics. But let us turn our attention to the internal security. In the energy sector, the government has done better than in other sectors. They have failed in other sectors by 65%, while in energy they have failed in 50%. So this wouldn't have been known if we hadn't been the detectives that we are. And we don't know what has been revised and how. It is an investigation is required for us to cross-check data that was all over the place. Sometimes we had to to go to the European Union to find the data, and what we saw is that 65% of the projects or measures, as they call them in the RRF, the government has failed compared to their targets, while in energy failed at 50%. But we have failed at crucial levels. We have the issue of autonomy. In order to be autonomous, you need to have choices. And secondly, democratization, which brings the energy generation as close to the citizens as possible. Let's look at the status. As regards the choices, we are becoming dependent on another source, from Russia to the US. And when we were linked to the big Arab country cartels, now we are dependent on domestic oligopoly, and the Union of Greek Businesses, SEV, is now complaining. It is not the opposition parties that are complaining. They say that what has happened with energy is unacceptable. The same comes from the governor of the bank, of the central bank, because this has not helped the SMEs, which are not even included in the plans of the RRF, but even large business. So as regards choices, we haven't done very well. Could something else have been done, Mr. Geroulanos? Let's be frank. Could we have foreseen that at some point in time that we are going to have a war between Russia and the West? Not even Germany nobody was able to foresee that. Nobody knew. No, I'm not talking about things that we were unable to foresee, but about things that we did foresee, but we did not implement. Now, as regards Europe, there is another level for our discussion. What we said earlier, this happened. Bulgaria foresaw the North Macedonia is foreseeing not to proceed to the delignitization. But let us also take a look at the networks. Networks allow for the democratization of energy. Without them, this is not possible. For instance, we place PV panels on the schools, and then the school cannot connect to that. So what happens? These energy sources cannot be activated because of the defective grid. We foresee the networks and we don't do it. Among other things, substations are foreseen to be upgraded and cables. Let's talk security. The Public Power Corporation, they is number 1 source of fires in Greece. These are the manager, network manager infrastructure. Yes, and we have a huge windfall profits because of the oligopoly, and the profits are not being invested. I can hear the achievements of the government. We are not neglecting 43 billion. If we take into account all the money in the hands of the government, it's 90 billion, plus the properties, plus the banking system, plus each region's comparative advantages. All this would be enough to change our productive model. Still, this is exactly the same as it was before the crisis. So we are going back to where we were led before the crisis. What are we going to do? Ms. Doucou, this is a very bleak description of the situation. What is about to happen? Ms. Piriotti, I really liked your question, and I want to discuss consumers. It's all very well and fine to be discussing connections and geopolitics. Yes, but households look at their electricity bills and you were going to ask me, how are we going to make electricity more affordable? In 2019, there were 2 given things that were very different. CO2 prices were at 25 euro per ton, and we all had the so-called TTF that was at around 10 to 15 euros per megawatt hour. So now the CO2 ton has gone up to 80 and TTF has gone up to 50 from 10 to 15. So if we were to continue to include all the lignite working at full capacity and mix with lots of natural gas, we wouldn't be talking the current prices of electricity prices, but much, much higher. So keep that in mind, please. And so what did we do? Delignitization, so as to help lots of investment run, medium-sized, small, very big ones, even private PV panels on the rooftops, etc. Yes, but today you have the farmers who invested in that. This is a technical issue, yes, but it's still an issue. Let me tell you, out of 2.6 gigawatt of PV in 19, today we have 11. What does that mean in actual practice? That during the daytime, when the PV panels generate energy, the wholesale price is close to 53. When these are turned off, the 53 euro goes up to 123. So imagine if we did not have these panels during the daytime, we wouldn't be discussing wholesale price approximately 93% euros, which affects the retail price. What did we do in the meantime in order to help Greek consumers? You can see that today we have the so-called dynamic pricing system, which we don't have it fully deployed with the households because the smart metering is not in place. We have 1.6 million smart meters. We have asked for this to become 2.1 billion by the end of the year, and for each year to add by 1 million, so that we can have smart metering and remote metering at every household. But those who have activated the so-called orange dynamic price system, we looked at it before coming here. From 8 in the evening until 11, we pay 23 cents per kilowatt hour. From 9 in the morning, if I use it at home, from 9 to 10 in the morning, this goes down to 10 cents. And if I use the energy from 11 o'clock until midday, then this goes down to 4.5 cents. Well, we haven't reached that level yet, but this is a new model of use and management of energy. But we need pure mathematics in order. Nobody understands. I think that the attitude has changed vis-a-vis that. Hopefully it has, but Ms. Pyriotis, Mr. Geroulanos said something, and I would like to hear an answer from you. As regards the RRF, and especially in relation to energy, you did better than the other sectors because you said you only failed by 50% in energy, in the energy sector. 50%, you say, as regards the successful management of the RRF resources in the field of energy, because we are not going to lose 1 cent. 50% of the measures, the RRF projects in the energy sector have seen their goals reduced by 50% compared to the equivalent of 65% of the total. Mr. Geroulanos, most of the funds we used from the RRF, we wanted to spend on energy and mostly on saving energy efficiency programs in cooperation with the Technical Chamber of Greece, so as to offer as many execonomos, so save energy projects, to make them available to households, to farmers, etc. And despite the delays, we have spent 2 to 3 billion from the energy, from the RRF resources. We have had 1 or 2 such projects every year, and this has benefited more than 250,000 beneficiaries. But investments in energy, Ms. Pyriotis, projects such as the Amphilochia water project, which are important projects where the permitting the permitting process is delayed. Listen, excuse me, Ms. Doukou, I need to give the floor to Mr. Stasinos on the basis of what you heard from Mr. Geroulanos and Ms. Doukou. Please answer.
I don't know what the goals of the government are and how that ended up in the RRF and RRF money. But I know that we worked as a chamber with the ministry of the past 5 years. Mr. Geroulanou saying something of Mike. Mrs. Asinos says, definitely, I'd like that. But I can corroborate that indeed in 1921 to 23 and now the 2025 Execonomo programs paid off. It's gone much better than any other of the past 15 years. So we had more households join compared to the past. So things have been in order. What's the problem? Like I said before, each and every one minister wanted to present this as their own program. We have to put an end to that. What about you as a technical chamber? What about your recommendations and suggestions in Youth 2030 when it comes to what we talked about so far? What's the next step to be made? Like I said before, off mic, unfortunately. Now it's back. We need to focus on the autonomy, energy autonomy of not the country as such, but individual households. We have to make sure that what you produce, what you generate, you can consume to the extent possible. It's not always possible, but it must be the core objective. And the household as such must be in a position to consume and also store the energy. This is ambitious, says Mrs. Piriotti. We shouldn't just think about storage, generally speaking. Each and every citizen must endorse this process, indeed, to have energy security as such. From that point onwards, this is an objective that we always need to set. But the citizens can't always achieve that. That's why we need a government that must have this as a central goal, and political parties must focus on it, or else it will never happen. Or big energy players will still generate energy and store it themselves, and the rest will act randomly. You are to the point, and let me add one thing because it was raised. We can't. When we have a discussion about energy, grids must not be the second subject to be tackled. It must be top of the list, especially during the summer. The IPTO grids are on fire. It's difficult. The grids are really ancient. We can't support that, so we have to give priority. Now, given the average, potential and what we need, it's also a matter of projects and programs, grids at the households, grids at the buildings, residential buildings, grids for the citizens. We need them. We also need to make them happen underground as much as possible instead of having cables on air. And we have to do that. But this, of course, will not generate a lot of money, not fast. That's why it's lagging behind. Mr. Tsimaras, as far as you're concerned, the regulator's point of view, what would be the priority would give? Or rather, what is your priority as we speak? What do you prioritize? What should you prioritize, the government and the players on the energy map? What should the top priority be? Having investments that will be related to the grids, storage, energy storage, the vertical corridor, the flow of gas. We have to have more. Like you heard, this is a priority that is necessary not just to upgrade the geopolitical position of our country, but to also make sure that we improve our penetration rates within a wider market. And I'm not just talking about Eastern Europe, but I'm talking about Balkans as well. More interconnections, more flow or production coming from the RES, so energy from RES, more of that. At this point in time, especially during the Gulf crisis, now the RES mix is helping us strike a balance in terms of pricing, because in previous instances, prices had hiked. It's sure that war impacts greatly on the local economy and the neighboring economies, all countries as such. So the existence of the RES mix has helped strike some balance in terms of prices, energy prices. Let me open up a parenthesis here. 20 years ago, and I'm saying that because former Minister Souflias passed a few days ago. He came up with a master plan in 2008. It's been almost 20 years. Since then, we have had more than tripled the generation of energy using RES. I think we've exceeded tripling for that. This is an important conquest, yes, and it was highlighted by many. So unless I'm wrong, the next step would be modernizing the network, the grids, and storage. Yes, modernizing the grid, storage facilities, more RES, utilization of gas and the vertical corridor. The gas will definitely be a transitional fuel for the next few years, and we are hopeful that, or rather, we're looking forward to the outcomes of the research in the Ionian Sea and south of Crete. Hopefully that will add to the mix and have more energy or power generated. Mr. Margaris, let's talk about the grid, but a different grid. Let's talk about the interconnections of high-pressure lines. I know that you're working on interconnections. It's obvious that the geostrategical and geopolitical parameters of energy are certainly intertwined with what AVMIE or IPTO is doing. I'm curious, what about your increase of share capital? How's that going? This is a very important point in time for the grids, for the country. The increase in our share capital is going very well. There is positive feedback, exceptionally so, coming from the side of all international investors, be they hedge funds or infrastructure investors. And that goes to show that there is a vote of confidence, but I'm not going to predetermine what the outcome will be, so we'll wait for that and then the results will speak for themselves. But the initial feedback is that indeed the RRF is voting for that for us, because the RRF is participating in the share capital increase. I think this is a first ever. The fact that the European Commission understands to what extent the IPTO can roll out big projects like that, and this is part and parcel of the strategy of the Commission. And this also goes for the Greek state, because the Greek government is also a shareholder and there are other investors as well, existing investors. We have proven, looking backwards and by hindsight, would say that we managed within the short period of time, we managed to improve the grid, and the value thereof has tripled since 2025. So we will be generating more energy. We'll get 7 billion by 2030, and 2030 is around the corner. What about interconnections? Interconnection with Cyprus, this is the big issue, and at the same point in time, there was reference made to interconnections with Egypt. What about the real priorities, right? Interconnection with Egypt. This is a private project. Kopelouzos Group is working on that one. We are contributing, technically speaking, but we're not directly involved. We're not investing money, but there's priority. All of that is priorities of ours. Interconnection with Israel or with Italy. Obviously, these are all important projects. We have the technologies, and we are there to facilitate them. What about the interconnection with the islands? They are going fast. We are moving forward very fast at the Dodecanese Islands and the Northern Aegean, especially when it comes to those two clusters of our islands. We are proceeding fast. We made announcements today. We're receiving bids, that is offers, for the interconnection between the island of Kos and Corinth. These are projects that we couldn't have envisaged 10 years ago in Greece. And I'm speaking in my capacity as an engineer. Within the span of 10 years, we managed to create the know-how and expertise. And at the same point in time, institutionally speaking, there's support from the state. There's a regulatory authority. The licensing happened. All the co-competent ministries that were involved in the process were helpful. And I think we are amongst the very few countries the world over, when we talk about mostly underwater connectivity, we are peak. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen, lady. And let me now pass the baton to Mr. Nikos Hadjinikolaou, and the President and CEO of the Actor Group of Companies, Mr. Exarchou.
Με ακούτε?
It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Alexandros Exarchou, who is chairman and the CEO of the Actor Group of companies, but also the managing director of Atlantic Sea LNG Trade. Mr. President, I will start with the Greek economy. Which are, in your view, the best achievements of the Greek economy in recent years, and which are the reforms that have mostly contributed to these successes? And then we will pass on to where the Greek economy is lagging behind with the rest of Europe. Mr. Hadjinikolaou, first of all, let me thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the honor of your presence and also for your support. Well, let me remind you where we were in the field of the economy. Where we are now. We are now a few years after a full collapse. In the past, we used to call it internal devaluation. So Greece became very cheap. And this situation is what has brought us here. The fiscal discipline which the government imposed, and I have actually complained to Mr. Petraglias, to Mr. Papathanassis, who are the guardians of the fiscal discipline. Still, this is the quintessence of our success. We have high growth rates in Greece in recent years, that is true. And in my personal experience, I have seen that in the past, during the last year, I see real foreign capital investments to add equity in Greece, Credia with the 2 bonds and an increase made up of mainly foreign capital, and the PPC, 4.5 billion euros. So for the first time, after so many years, after such a sustained effort by the Greek people and many others, we see the real wish or the willingness of foreign investors to come to Greece. This is the greatest success in my view. One could also mention the investment grade that we have recovered, etc., etc. The fact is that we have a surplus, and this surplus has led to a great extent in repayment, an earlier repayment of the debt. This is just a sign towards the global community that not only are we able to pay, but we are willing to pay earlier. So we have the highest growth rates in Europe. We managed our economy without spending more than what we make, what we earn. This is a situation which, if it continues, this is going to be a great achievement. In which sectors would you say that we are lagging behind the rest of Europe? Let me complain a bit less. There's been lots of complaining recently, possibly because we are entering an electoral period and this is the tradition. But in the past, we were lagging behind in every sector. Today, it is difficult for me to point my finger to something. For instance, the faster administration of justice. Yes, that would have been possible. We need to rationalize the deep Greek state. But the question is, what has been achieved in recent years? And in my view, how are we going to be able to continue in this path? How we can continue with high growth rates and being attractive to foreign investors. If we want to focus on what is not going well, this is something easy, but we should always remember where we started. Now, for the next 3 to 4 years, which are the basic prospects of our economy? growth prospects, meaning growth prospects. I'm asking you because there are geopolitical clouds in the horizon. I am one of those who say that I expect a very steep increase in inflation all over Europe because of the geopolitics and the war and the difficulties to obtain fuels during the winter. But this has also placed us in a very good position, the best, I would say, because the price of natural gas does not really affect the Greek economy. Let me interrupt you, and then we will go back to that. Mr. Geroulanos mentioned that we are we are becoming energy dependent on the U.S. You are the most appropriate person. I'm not going to reply to Mr. Geroulanos myself, but let me say that we have known the energy dependence from Russian natural gas before the invasion of Ukraine, and so this can become a weapon against Europe. But let me discuss Europe as a whole. We must try to find some equilibrium among the different energy sources, because unfortunately we neither have oil or natural gas. Therefore, it is necessary not to be dependent. I fully agree. We should not be dependent neither on the U.S. nor on Russia. But there are issues that cannot be preempted. We have the war in Russia, and it is very difficult to find quantities of Qatari natural gas because of the war in Iran. So today and for the next 2 to 3 years, if not the U.S., who? Where? From where? Is this bad? Well, to the extent that we can actually realize that this should not be the only source, but since we have no other option, that is where we're going to turn now. This is okay, but what we need to see is, are there enough quantities of natural gas in the U.S. to provide for the needs of Europe until the Qatari gas is made available? I don't think so. So in the short term, the next 2 to 3 years, the prices will go up, and that is why I expect high inflationary pressures in Greece. So let us go back to my main question about the prospects of our economy. And do you think that there are outside factors that could affect it? And if there is a threat, a risk to see the activity slowing down? For me, the important thing is how the EU is going to deal with that. And in any case, the EU has to react to what is happening. Well, which means that we resort to costly solutions because our reactions are belated. But I really expect when the moment when the ministers of finance and economy start discussing the coming winter and what is going to happen. The another Eurobond should be discussed, because the first one happened when the crisis knocked on the door of Northern Europe. So this is about to happen again with inflation. So instead of the EU preparing for a new crisis, which is about to happen, we're doing nothing. We are expecting it to arrive to create relatively high inflation, and then at the end of the period, at the end of the winter, reminder, we will issue a Eurobond. That is this is a stopgap strategy. What do you see about the interest rates, and which are going to be the consequences on investments and businesses? If we are talking about high inflation rates in Europe, then we will have the Eurobond, because an inflation rate of 10-11% will lead to high interest rates, and this will have consequences on the European economy, especially Northern European economy, and this will, in my view, lead to the issuance of a Eurobond. It is not possible not to react. Which is the next day for businesses and the markets in Greece? Yes. Well, in my view, what is important is to maintain the current momentum of the recent years, fiscal discipline in a framework that will maintain the current growth rates. And we need to maintain the conditions that have brought foreign investments into Greece. This requires political stability and the basic elements of our fiscal policy of the last 5 years. So from what you see, I understand that recent developments, political developments, too many political parties, fragmentation creates concern among investors. Concern will be caused only when there is a potential unstable government in Greece, which is not, I think, going to happen, because for the first time, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, I see mainly foreign capitals, US, are not only ready to undertake a Greek risk. Equity and not debt is coming here. So this means that the prospects of the Greek economy are stable for them. And which are the direct political effects of a political uncertainty? Going back to 2010, is that so? Yes, and this is something that we should always bear in mind. Let us not forget what has brought about the situation then, what we went through in order to reach the point where we are now. We never found oil, nor did we become an industrial economy overnight. No, in making a huge effort, we were able to change the perspective of our economy, to set up a new model, as Mr. Geroulano said. But this doesn't. We have the preconditions for that, but we don't have the new model yet. So if the image of the Greek economy changes, if we are unable to maintain the current momentum that allows foreign investors to come to Greece, so that we can believe the growth rate, the unemployment in Greece, which is non-existent in my view, then we can go back to 2010 very easily, in my view. This is an alarm bell. This is and maybe allow me to add something. We need to start repaying the principal debt, which still is 340 billion. This has not changed. Therefore, by repaying a part of the debt earlier, we do create the conditions for the refinancing, but in order for this to happen, those who control the debt need to feel safe that we are going to continue on the way of growth, and the conditions for the refinancing of the debt are still in place. Imagine if we do, this is not refinance. We will go back to 2010. So thank you very much. Thank you to the chairman and CEO of the Actor Group of Companies, as well as the CEO of the Atlantic Sea LNG Trade, Mr. Alexandros Exarchou, who always speaks his mind. Thank you very much.
Να παραμείνουμε στο διπλό κομμάτι.
Let's still dwell on energy and foreign investments. Mr. Exarchou was to the point. Let me kindly invite on stage the chairman of IP Innovative Power GmbH. Mr. Nissan Kaspi is investing and working in the sector of energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Really honored to be here. IP Innovative Power is a foreign investor in Europe, especially in Greece. We are operated already for 4 years. And I made a presentation. I will change my presentation completely after what I heard all this morning. Or I put it a different way, to look and to see that we can provide a lot of, or even major part of the solutions we can provide. IP Innovative Power is operating on 3 main sectors which related to what we just discussed all this morning. We are a research and development center in Israel, which very advanced one internationally. We have in Germany microgrids, which could solve a lot of issues when a lot of talks was about storage. And we maintain very strong foothold in the Greek market, which we are building with power projects, industrial relation, mainly for storage, will come in a few minutes, and data centers. So it was during the morning, Minister of Finance was speaking about the AI, digitalization. This is where we are. Shortage on supply, here we are. And on the technology, this is, if I heard properly the president, he was speaking about how to push the youth. So we are coming with a lot of innovation, and we are looking to see partners here in Greece, how to develop what with our capacities on the research and development. So why we are here? We are here because we see Greece as the capital of the Balkans. And the Balkans is the future of Europe. I really recommend everybody to look in a book which I already given to the Minister of Energy, Mr. Papastavrou, which is the Power to the People. It is 500 years of history of the energy of Europe. So now there is the great change. While Greece holds the climate, sun and wind, and it's very strong here. This is what we should be developed and go into a different storage method, and I will explain in a minute. Geographic bridge, east to west, a lot of been discussed here. Also private, like Mr. Kopouloussos, who is doing the private line from Egypt to Greece. We are coming as a private to the power, but still Greece in a very good situation at the Middle East. Europe connecting, and this is where the place to start. And of course, it's a gas hub. Just been explained what is the effects of today, the connection with the United States supply of gas, which is why the crisis is so strong now when we see the Qatarian gas, and now we have gas coming from the Americans, and how to solve it. And then Greece became a corridor to supply also Ukraine. So really, this is where we need to put our foothold, and this is why we are here. And this is why we think it's also additional one. No word about hydrogen being this morning, but this is, in our view, one of the most important solutions. It was a part of speaking about the micro nuclear units, but at the end of the day, hydrogen will be part of it. During the EU is now looking how to put the gas system as a hydrogen one, and most of the surplus that today Greece have on the energy, which is the curtailment, and there are a lot of problems about that, the European hydrogen backbone, which been declared already 2 years ago, 4 years ago, and now can become to reality and provide a solution. More than that, the power station that we are developing, and we are developing in Larissa, this is a power station which it's designed already from the very beginning to be a hydrogen-based power station as a mix with a natural gas, or in the future, pure one. So in any case, hydrogen is one of the most important solutions we are coming with. And not only for the Greek solution, also for supplying Europe. As you see the red dot, which is the gas import terminals, which they're going to be the hydrogen gas terminals, and this will be supplied via all Europe, and this is why the importance of Greece, of our investment here, and what we are doing in Greece. So what we do, we are operating in 2 main hubs. One, which is the Larissa, which we going to construct a power station, 870 megawatt or 810 megawatts power station. The 4th unit, which is the shift from the coal into natural gas, and we are going to, next to it, we just secured the land, we are going to put one of the largest data centers, which this is the AI revolution. If you speak about AI, you need data centers. If you need data centers, you need power. If you need power and a data center together, then we shorten the lines, we get the right places, and we know what to do and how to operate. So this is how we combine it into one hub. And the second one is Megalopolis Industrial Hub, which we are going to start, hopefully in 2 years, a battery facility to produce batteries. And this is where we can supply the Greek market with a very, with a very important solution. So as I said, I will skip it fast. On the Larissa data hub, we put the power station together with the data center, which is a mixed fuel of natural gas and hydrogen, and the CO2 capturing technology. We have two of them, we are coming from Israel. This is our main power. This is our main strength to deal with the innovation. We are considered to be the high-tech country, and this is what we do, and this is what we like to be the most developed part of our future here in Greece, and I will elaborate in a few minutes. For the battery, for the data center, going to be up to 300 megawatts, very large one. We have our planners here from JEPA who is doing for us the job, the work, excellent ones. Thank you very much. And we are going to do it next to the power station, which about up to 3.5 billion euros. I can think that we are going to be one of the largest foreign investors in Greece, and we will happy to do that, and we're happy to come into that position. The battery facility, we are now allocating the land. It's a bit slower than we expected. We will be happy to move much faster on the land allocation if any support on that will be really appreciated. But we are going to put a 500 megawatts battery facility production unit in Megalopolis, which is about almost 50 million euros investment, with a pure technology developed in Israel, and we would like to make this next stage development here in Greece. And that will solve, in most of the cases, the problem of the storage. We were speaking a lot about the storage this morning. We are speaking about storage on the microgrid level, on the housing unit. We can provide a solution to reduce the electricity cost to the consumers by installing a battery storage behind the meter, making the right use of the dynamic tariffs introduced into the market, but the grid operator should move faster on the digitalization of the metering. Guys, this is where we can reduce the cost of energy to the people, and this is, as we said we met with Mr. Papastavru, this is power to the people, and we are going fast on that. What is our next step, our next investment, what we are pushing on, and this is really our pitch for today. We would like to create, we started about 3-4 years ago, not great success. This is the point to push it after we are understanding the market much better. We would like to put a research and development center as a twin to what we do in Israel. More than that, our position by the Israeli government, we can collaborate with our accelerator in Israel, which is Net Zero. We can put money into the Greek market for any startup up to $2 million US per project. So if there is any innovation which is in the academy, which is the most important for us, we will be happy to commercialize this innovation. And we can support it, and we can collaborate. Sorry, this morning, we have some missiles in Israel, but at the moment, things will come. Then the collaboration will be by joint research and development with Net Zero. Net Zero is our accelerator in Israel. We've been granted by the Israeli government for that accelerator. And as I said, we are supporting $2 million US for seed money, which is important for any startup. We are connected with the most advanced companies in the world, and I'm happy to see that Eren is supporting that conference, which is our partners at Net Zero. Net Zero holds in Israel one of the most advanced laboratories for storage in the world, which is for batteries and for hydrogen. So we have a very good program, and we can collaborate into the Greek market. So we are looking to team up with local investors, local innovation, local partners to come together with us and to put that kind of accelerator or to join it with what we know, what we do, and how we operate in Israel, and to put the youth, the young people. I must say, you have an excellent engineers. We are collaborating, we are working with local engineers. We are happy to work with them. They are really good ones, and this is the point we can melt the process that we know how to do innovation, the process we know how to operate innovation, and how to take it fast, go forward. And this is, I think, it's a very good point how to melt those two cultures into one and to get a great success. I was pushed to make it in 10 minutes. I hope I make it in the 10 minutes. So we are open for any discussion about our investments in Greece, and happy to meet you all. Thank you very much.
Νερό. Ένα πολύτιμο αγαθό σε συνεχή ροή μέσα στο χρόνο. Μέσα από τη μεγάλη ιστορία λειτουργίας της, η ΕΙΔΑΠ, η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία υπηρεσιών ίδρυυσης και αποχέτευσης στην Ελλάδα, βρίσκεται και αυτή σε συνεχή εξέλιξη προκειμένου να προσφέρει το αγαθό του νερού σε επάρκεια και ποιότητα. Με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο, με υψηλό το αίσθημα της προσφοράς και της φροντίδας, με ευαισθησία για τις ανάγκες του. Με άριστης ποιότητας νερό και ολοκληρωμένες υπηρεσίες συλλογής και επεξεργασίας λιμάτων. Με σεβασμό στη φύση που διδάσκει τον κύκλο του νερού και της ζωής. Με το βλέμμα στο μέλλον, η ΕΙΔΑΠ υλοποιεί ένα δυναμικό πλάνο μετασχηματισμού και επενδύσεων σε βάθος 20 ετίας με ωφέλη για την κοινωνία, τους καταναλωτές, τους εργαζομένους της, τους επενδυτές, το περιβάλλον. Γιατί η φροντίδα για τον άνθρωπο και το περιβάλλον είναι αξία για την ΕΙΔΑΠ. Γιατί ο εξυγχρονισμός των δικτύων και των εγκαταστάσεών της είναι αξία για την οικονομία μας. Γιατί ο σεβασμός προς το περιβάλλον είναι αξία για ένα καλύτερο αύριο. Γιατί το νερό είναι αξία ζωής που πρέπει να προστατεύεται και να επιστρέφει καθαρό στη φύση και τον άνθρωπο. Αξία ζωής με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο.
Telecom φέρνει στο σπίτι σου. Α, όχι εσύ πάλι. Θα με αφήσεις να τα πω. Φέρνει ταχύτητες έως 3 Gbps, αλλά και την υπηρεσία Fiber to the Room με τη διάφανη οπτική ίνα σε κάθε δωμάτιο του σπιτιού.
Καλή φάση!
Περίμενε. Έχει κι άλλο. Και επιπλέον, ακόμα κι αν πέσει το σταθερό ίντερνετ, με την υπηρεσία Always Online παραμένει συνδεδεμένος μέσω του γρηγορότερου δικτύου κινητής χωρίς καμία επιπλέον χρέωση. Ζήσε τώρα την ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία Fiber στο σπίτι από την Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε το κόσμο σου.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, συνεχίζουμε στο συνέδριο.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now continue with the conference Greece of 2030. Here at the Intercontinental Hotel, you can follow the debate also from radio and the internet. We have listened to very interesting presentations, and we'll continue with another panel on the issue of infrastructures, growth, resilience, and global outlook. I would like to ask Christos Dimas, who is the Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, Mr. Konstantinos Makedos, who is the Vice President of Kredia Bank and President of TMEDE, and Nikolaos Petroulias, co-founder of Olympios Group, Stathis Kechrotis, Sales Director B2B Public EU and International Organizations at the OTE and General Manager of Cosmote Global Solutions, as well as Mr. George Sachinis, who is the Director of Strategy and Innovation with EIDAP, the Water and Sewage Company.
Ακούγομαι.
Yes, we can hear you. So thank you very much for being with us today. I believe that this is going to be an interesting discussion, since infrastructures are at the very heart of sustainable and growth of any economy, but also they are very pertinent to society. But infrastructures are usually lagging behind growth because in the era of digitalization, especially in heavily tourist countries such as Greece, and we need to welcome tens of thousands of visitors every year. But this is a wider issue, whether infrastructures exist, and does Greek is able to cope with the needs minister. There are infrastructures like roads and ports that affect our everyday lives and, of course, give a general impression to tourists. How are the big projects are proceeding, and are you going to inaugurate anything during the summer? Good afternoon. Unfortunately, the microphone is...
Λοιπόν, ότι πράγματι η χώρα... Τώρα έχεις. Νομίζω τώρα είμαστε εντάξει. Όχι. Τώρα πρέπει να είμαστε καλά.
Maybe we are okay now. Yes, we are. Yes. First of all, let me thank you for the invitation. Thank the organizers. It's a pleasure to be with you. Yes, this is true. In this country, we need infrastructure. There's a great need for infrastructure. And that is why we're trying to use all the available funding instruments. Infrastructure projects are by nature expensive, and there is a need to maintain the already existing ones. And that is why we have greatly increased the public investments program. We have also increased, we have used the European resources from the funds from the NSRF and other sources, as well as using private sector funds. We even use donations in order to proceed. Yes, of course, in the coming period, we are going to inaugurate a project, as you have, since you asked. In July, we will see the extension of E65 highway motorway. It will be extended. This links mainland Greece to Thessaly and Western Macedonia and part of Epirus. 45 kilometers from Kalambaka to Grevena will be opened during the month of July this year. Therefore, that is where we are going to inaugurate. And we are using 450 million euros from the RRF, because questions are being asked about the resources of the RRF. In this case, we have a good practice. We are using the resources in order to extend an important motorway. Also, at the end of July, we want to inaugurate the 5th additional stations of the Thessaloniki metro system. For those of you who have not visited, it is the most modern and most beautiful metro system in Europe, at least as far as I know. Now, in the last 15 months, data shows that the traffic at the city center in Thessaloniki has gone down by 15%, and we expect even greater decongestion there with the extension of this and the addition of these 5 new stations. Moreover, over and above the metro, we also have 10 additional kilometers from the Agios Nikolaos in Crete to Neapoli. This is the first part of the northern road access of Crete. We will also reinstate the Athens-Thessaloniki rail. And there are smaller projects, especially in Thessaly and in mainland Greece, in order to help them recover from Daniel, the storm. 1.3 billion, 550 million approximately from the RRF. This is a very important project for the people's daily life. And there are many other important projects. I could go on and on, but at least I'm giving you a general view of what we're going to inaugurate. Thank you very much for this. That was very interesting. And how about the traffic congestion in Athens? Are you going to do anything about that? Yes. Initially, the traffic in Athens is not only the exclusive competence of our ministry. There are many other ministries involved.
Λοιπόν, έχουμε δύο πολύ σημαντικά.
There are 2 very important projects underway. The triple hub of Scaramanga. Those of us who go through there during peak hours, morning and afternoon, we see that the situation there has deteriorated. So what we want to do is to provide possibility for heavy vehicles to connect through the NATO Avenue. During the month of June, we expect to sign a contract, and within 3 years, this project should be completed. This is a project of the order of approximately 70 million, which will provide breathing space to cars. Another localized but important intervention of our ministry, which will be completed hopefully before the end of 2026, has to do with the Metamorphosis roundabout. Those of you who travel from the airport and want to go to the national road, you sometimes need to stop and to wait for the Elefsina vehicles because there is a merging of the two lanes. But now we will have two separate lanes where each direction will move independently towards the national road, the motorway, and this will facilitate traffic. The metro is very important, is crucial for the traffic problems. We have had the recent breakthrough of the metro machines that have reached the Evangelismos shaft. The second Niki, the second metro equipment has gone through Kypseli, and by the end of the year we expect it to have completed its course. The metro project is the number one public project in Attica, but let me also add that the recent initiative that uses the resources of the RRF to replace, that is, the fleet of buses in Athens and Thessaloniki. New buses are already circulating. They use anti-polluting technology. All these are helpful. Thank you very much. You are not tiring us when you tell us about the infrastructure projects, especially those related to the traffic jams. This is more important to the people who live in big cities. Now, let me continue with Mr. Makedos. We heard about some projects, but infrastructure does not only mean big projects, smaller projects, not small, but smaller, who are implemented by the cities and towns, the municipalities. You are very familiar with those. Can you please give us the general situation, the general picture, whether there is a modernization that is ongoing, whether are things just like they were 10 or 15 years ago?
Let me kick off with my extending thanks for hosting us, and thank you for providing us with this opportunity to share our views. And we are not exactly dealing with grandiose projects, but we are dealing with many small projects, and this is part and parcel of a wager to secure and ensure the facilities and infrastructure to make sure that we provide for citizens, especially where there is tourism and you need to make facilities operational. Transports and logistics are exactly the wager for this country, and of course this is part and parcel of our forthcoming development, growth and competitiveness. It is important to say that since the year 2020, the advances, the number of contracts signed has increased greatly. On average, we have 5 billion euros through 9,500 contracts through various reforms that include spatial planning or banking union, Greek banking union, refurbishment projects for schools. This is the post-RRF big wager, how the money the resources, the funds will help us secure and protect the infrastructure. You're talking about more. Yes, I'm talking after the RRF and how in this transitional stage we will be able to not just make leaps and bounds, but actually make sure there's quality and how many small interventions we can have happen to the benefit of all the facilities and infrastructure that are used by the people. This is what we do. This is what we're talking about with the ministry. We're discussing the day after and perfectly using all of the funds because the funds will be fewer. And so I think it's not a matter of funds and availability, but it's a matter of focusing how we will enhance the value, the worth, and protect the facilities. What do you want from the state, since the minister is here? We want the directions, the orientation, and we respectively need to have small size and small size companies, medium sized companies work on that. We represent 5,500 such companies and hundreds of surveyors and engineers. So we have to be given clear directions about how the public sector will upgrade itself, what sort of new technologies, what sort of specs will be expected of us, standards, what materials will be used, and how much specialized stuff we will need for the day after. These all must be made clear for such funds to service what they are there to do and make sure we meet the deadlines. Right, for them to be handed over to the public. Mr. Sahinis, let's now discuss another critical infrastructure. Critical resources, natural resources, and I'm referring to water resources. There's drought, there's a lot of talk about it. It's a lot of talk not just in Greece, it's intense in the Mediterranean and in all of Europe. This is the outcome of the climate crisis. And EIDAP, the water company, is at the core, at the heart of this challenge. Already, EIDAP, the water company, is working on a new investment plan. It's changing itself, it's transforming itself. Unless I'm wrong, you have earmarked 2.5 billion and you will be using that by 2035. Your overall objective is to reform or change the water supply of Attica. And of course, this is a concern for every single person who's part of this ecosystem in Attica. Would you like to elaborate on your plans and what are you implementing? Of course. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me to this very interesting panel discussion. It's exactly like you said. We have our budget and we do have a new investment plan. About 40% of our budget will go towards new sewage networks and water supply networks. But this is not the end of our work. We have a circular approach, and so these networks will not let the water flow into the sea, but we're going to use that. So we're entering a new era, and the cyclical or the circular use of water is what we're looking at. And then you referred to our investment plan. It's a 10-year-long plan. Another part of it involves water supply projects. And a big chunk thereof aims at optimizing the use or the operation and somehow, some way improve all the required infrastructure to have as few leaks as possible. To that end, I must say that we do have 180 that we will be investing, 180 million we'll be investing over the span of the next 10 years, and twice as much will be invested in installing smart metering and replacing the existing metering facilities. So smart metering is now introduced into this equation, an equation to make sure that we are productive, efficient, effective, and resilient. It's true that nowadays, when everything is digitalized, it's sort of expected. There's the expectation, or rather, everybody is required to digitally handle, operate, and manage the infrastructure. We're talking about water and water resources. There's often leakages, and we see broken outlets, the water flowing in the streets. We see that loss. I guess everybody has a picture of it. That's why you're emphasizing greatly, I guess, on acting preemptively to make sure there are no losses and leakages. I mentioned figures, some numbers which are meaningful to EIDAP. They're important to us. Following up on what's happening with the network digitally, we are doing that, have been doing so for certain years. Now we're talking about smart metering, high-tech innovation, 2.3 million new meters. But this will not be the end of our venture. We are closely working together with the Ministry of the Environment. The ministry as such is also looking at programs and projects to enhance and beef up the external water supply system. You've probably heard mention of that, and maybe they will provide us with a definitive solution and ensure there's resilience, water resilience in Attica. So let me insist on that. Sustainability, viability, water resources resilience is intertwined both with infrastructure and smart grid, smart metering, new technologies, improving technologies. It's also intertwined with a certain perception that focuses on the circular economy. So we are putting everything together, all these intense works and projects, sewage ones, water supply ones, they are part of this circle. Water resilience in Athens and in Attica does not just simply involve EIDAP, the water company. We have to change our perception. You are talking about households and industrial consumers. Yes, both of them. We need to focus on saving water resources. This is the first and the fastest way to save resources. We have a long way to go. We are doing very well. I could come back to that later. At this point, let me say that the water company, EIDAP, has created a lab. This is a working group. The Attica Water Lab of ours has been acknowledged in Europe, and by Europe we have institutional members, meaning people who represent ministerial entities. There's also representation of the industries and all consumers, be it the local government administration or associations, professional associations and unions. So there's also representation of academia. There's the National Technical University and the Agricultural University of Athens. There's also representation on the part of the civil society. The target is specific, it's tangible, it's not just theoretical. The Attica Water Lab is there to produce results in terms of both exchanging expertise, knowledge that aims at saving water resources, but it's mostly there to complete the master plan for reusing water resources in Attica in a way that will be acceptable by everyone who will be receiving that water. We're looking forward to the outcomes, and I believe what you're talking about is very critical, and it all starts with the school, I believe, when it comes to our perception, our mentality, and being sensitized and aware. This culture comes to the households through the children quite often. They are more aware, they are more sensitized, and I believe this is something that we can cultivate and nurture. I'm sure you have that on your radar. Already there are educational programs and projects. As of next year, we are going to prep more, so we are heavily focusing on that.
Mr. Xenos, let us linger a bit longer on water resources. Which is your view regarding the digitalization of water? How can this become a lever for growth and increased investments? What should be done for the country to go from pilot projects to the real digital era in the fields of pumping and sewage? Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation and the possibility that you are providing to the Olympios group of companies to participate here. Next year, we will have been present in the Greek market for 30 years, and not only the Greek market. And we have knowledge, experience, and brought about innovations in water management. Digitalization, let me say, is not a technological development. It is a necessity. And we heard about water because we are, of course, very closely linked to water. But let us introduce another parameter. 85%, especially in Greece, which is an agricultural country, is the irrigation water. We talk about water boards, but there is also irrigation and digitalization, or rather the results of implementing digitalization models will be direct, immediate. We know that we are in a period of water shortage or in a period of anomalous water fall. That is, Greece is in southeastern Europe, on the Mediterranean. As we all know, we host millions of tourists who visit areas of parts of the country where there is water shortage, the islands of the Aegean, eastern Greece. And let us also bear in mind that when 2,500 years ago Athens, the city of Athens, was opting for a name, there was a competition between water and olive oil, Athena and Poseidon. The city opted for the olive oil, but still there is not enough water. Digitalization also means AI centers and specific investments. We believe that digitalization will provide data and information at the moment when this is needed. They can use the available data. This technology is already available, and we believe that if we put it to good use, we will have effective information that will allow us to take measures. Yes, this is important to be able to take decisions. Now, when talking about infrastructure, of course, we need to discuss telecoms. Let me ask Mr. Kechriotis, who represents the OTE group of companies. We are talking about the extension and further development of the 5Gs, but we also have the data issues and cloud. Investments are increasing geometrically, and so are things moving in the appropriate way? Let me first of all thank you all, thank the organizers. I was thinking that it is not very common to have Mr. Hadjinikolaou and Ms. Pirioti in your audience. I will try to make the best use of your presence. So, telecoms is a global sector, and we have a high rise as regards connectivity, but there are the demands for data centers, 5G, etc. And we also have AI, which is affecting all the other sectors and very fast. So we all understand that AI without the necessary digital infrastructure is nothing. So if we do not use the networks, if we don't use the energy part for data centers, we cannot even discuss AI. So in this framework, I must say that I'm very happy to be here today. Telecoms in the past used to be just another sector of the economy. It is only now in 2026 and in view of the 2030, this is not just any sector of the economy. The digital infrastructure will need to become the basis, the foundation for the economy. We do not need to create a new infrastructure constantly. No, what is important is to create infrastructures that are interconnected, that communicate and think. This is what will help us. We are working as a group of companies, and we are looking at Greece, but also around this country and on the other side of the Atlantic. And many European states have realized that digital acceleration comes from digital infrastructure. We have nothing to, we do not lag behind in any infrastructures projects. All these generate data and they provide resilience and security. The current infrastructure, are they adequate? Do they provide for the necessary needs? Yes, of course, and we are going to continue on the same path, moving in 3 axes, that is connectivity. We will continue to invest wherever necessary in order to expand our networks and to provide quality and value-added solutions to our customers. Number 2, we are talking resilience, security, digitalization, digital state, digital economy. So resilience and security are sine qua non conditions. And what we also do is that we manage the AI data, not only looking at them parade in front of us, not only because we have the fastest network. No, we want to use the data to the advantage of our customers, either individuals or businesses. And for the period 2020 to 2030, we would like to prepare the digital infrastructure so that our country may become even more competitive and provide quality and value added to our customers. We all wish that you may succeed, because we are all users of your services. Now, let me say that I was reading a research paper, Global Infrastructure Resilience report. They are global, the results are global, but I'm sure that our country's reality is also reflected. So this report points out the lack of policies, standards and regulations. Mostly we have pilot projects or the milestone projects, and there are very few infrastructure projects that really incorporate the climate dimension. These are 3,000 projects, and they said that compliance is limited to the big projects, but more than 50% have noted inadequate enforcement mechanisms. So this, Minister, is the global reality. Do you think that it is relevant to this country as well? And do you believe that infrastructures incorporate the necessary resilience, the resilience as we understand it now? Yes, it does reflect the Greek situation as well. And let me give you some specific examples. As regards the big motorway projects, concessions, etc., this model has worked well, we believe. We have, of course, the frequent maintenance, and we are in keeping with the requirements, but in other sectors there is a gap. When the projects are the responsibility of the local authorities, or regional authorities and of the center of the central state. So this is a concern. As regards resilience, let me give you a specific example about concerning the Daniel projects in Thessaly and on mainland Greece, whereby in cooperation with the municipalities and the regions, the competent regions, we have identified the places that were especially badly struck by the weather conditions. 1,007 points are in these areas, Thessaly and mainland Greece. Our objective was not to recover the infrastructure as they were before, but of course to create a more resilient infrastructure that will be able to withstand the needs, the local needs, and to withstand another similar phenomenon. Obviously, success, 100% success is not guaranteed, but we have the experience, we have the relevant data, even the new materials which are being used by constructions, in construction. So Daniel, and dealing with the Daniel storm and the other the projects related to that are what we are dealing with at the local or regional road network. This is not exactly our responsibility, but we need to be there. Of course, because know-how is accumulated at the highest level, and this is what should be used, imposed through the specifications and it should filter through to the smaller projects. And the projects need to take into account the present, the future, as well as the past. Yes, we are designing in view of the future, but as you said at the beginning of your question, society and need change rapidly, and quite often the state lags behind, not only Greece, but all over the world. And that is why this effort is underway for us to use all the available financing tools in order to shorten the distance, the gap. But in Greece, I must say, we are very happy, we are very lucky to have excellent engineers and scientists, so that we have high-level know-how, which we also export. Where we lag behind, where we are faced with difficulties, is that we need more workforce. This may not have been a problem a few years ago when unemployment was higher, there were fewer projects, but today things have changed, especially in some sectors. For instance, in Crete, where over and above the northern axis we have the Kastelli Airport and other important projects underway. It is difficult to find the appropriate technical people. What does the state do about it? This has been around many years, since a number of years. Yes, it is being debated at the bilateral level, also with other countries, on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in order to find such human resources. And in some cases, there have been very good results.
We are talking about AI, but definitely in the construction industry, a big chunk of the works will be done by humans. Mr. Makedos, you are nodding. What about your feedback? We agree with everything that the minister said, and it's certainly aligned with the present. but given the subject matter, the title of the conference, we're talking about 2030. We'll be faced with two dangers. One will be the leaps and bounds of technology. We shouldn't rest in our laurels. The way new technologies are evolving, new tools, there's robotics, so their advances are changing the need for human resources. We need human resources who will be aligned with the new technologies, not just hands, blue-collar workers. We need people who have special knowledge and also work on these projects. And technology must be integrated in the public sector in order for live or real-time monitoring of projects. Tomorrow at the Technical Chamber, we're going to make a presentation on smart bridges. Smart bridges, and this is a pilot project. There's new technologies there. It's exactly what we said, says the moderator, but this is the wager. We have to make such projects a daily event. Mr. Sachinis, you're a member of Water Europe, a member of the Water Europe BOD. We're talking about digitalization and resilience. Could you briefly discuss the European take on management of water resources? And would you also tell us more about where we stand compared to the rest of Europe? Right. Says the speaker, let me state that lack of water resources, drought and resilience, water resilience is not just a purely Greek issue, it's a European one. A few months ago, we had the new water resilience strategy of the EU. Greece and our water company in particular are playing an important role in discussions, extra-institutional discussions with a view to having optimal solutions. Let me explain that. We are a country and Attica is a place that is faced with many challenges. So if we manage to figure something out that works, that will be a good example and a sandbox for other European cities and countries to adopt the best practice. That's why and that's how we are taking part in work groups that are focusing on drought and lack of water resources. These are working groups that are moderated by representatives of the European Parliament. We are playing a very active role in networks comprising water companies and sewage companies. We are very active in the field of water resilience, and most importantly, there is a lot of activity and interaction with regard to best practices. Now, with AI, things are made so much easier. You have to be very careful indeed, but then again, technology gives you on a plate all best practices, all the best practices that are related, especially with the subject you're working on. This is what we're taking advantage of. And in-house, we're working on programs and projects that will modernize this exchange of practices. We, the water company, have a strong presence in the institutional sector. Things are changing. When it comes to reusing water resources or water, there is a very clear institutional framework. Greece is one of the countries that has had the relevant framework for years. On paper, we're doing fine. It's not just on paper. There's maturity of thought behind all of that. So in that direction, I think we're doing well. But then again, if you want to focus on issues such as the decentralization of water reuse, you have to change things there. Such changes, we are keeping abreast of such developments. There are certain networks in Europe that are following up on what's happening. It's useful, of course. There's no border to knowledge, and it's good to utilize AI that helps share experiences and knowledge. Mr. Xenos, would you briefly comment on whether you believe there's a cohesive national policy and a plan when it comes to water resilience based on what Mr. Sachinis said before you took the floor? Let me briefly, and I hope you can hear me. Can you? Yes, thank you. Whenever we talk about resilience of infrastructure, and let me specifically refer to water and sewage networks and also irrigation networks, let's never forget about what drought is. In recent years, we have been working on that notion. Moreover, at the same point in time, there is another thing we've been experiencing, that is heavy rainfall. If we take stock of the statistical data that our group has, we collect such data, we compile it, and there's also meteorological data. There are places or locations where within the span of 2 days or a week, we have the rainfall that we would have gotten in a year. And obviously this is impossible to manage. Definitely this creates problems for our infrastructure. And this is where resilience comes in. It's a system. You mentioned it before. Resilience is not just pertinent to roads and motorways. There are irrigation, water and sewage networks that are faced with such challenges. What is it we believe and what is it we've understood? There's need for cooperation. There is cooperation, but we have to intensify it and evaluate it. The systems we use and we supply our customers with are telemetry, tele-monitoring, and digitalization that you mentioned before. All of that is paying off. They are giving us indexes and indicators that we can take advantage of. We can assess and evaluate to see where we are. So even a program that funds and finances such steps can help assess the outcomes. We believe in collaboration and cooperation when it comes to making progress and having resilience. We believe in collaboration between and amongst the state and other entities and organizations that work in the field of sewage and water resources. There's about 700, not just the EIAC or EIDAP or the EIAC. There is a multitude of such companies. 700, it's an amazing number. It's almost terrifying. 731 according to official statistical data, but then again, it's much like the accurate number of public servants. There's no definitive such number. So this is pertinent to proper management and effectiveness. It's also important to acknowledge the significance of private companies who could work with their funders or those who finance them and the state. And then the research, yes, private entities, private institutions, private universities. Let me not forget about the fact that our group of companies, Olympios, is participating along with another 13 world-renowned companies in shaping and determining the prospects and ideas that we are also sharing with Greek entities, Greek authorities and European authorities. Mr. Kehriotis, we are talking about communication threats, cyber threats, contemporary threats. There's more. Well, to begin with, let me say that we can't discuss about whether we will be using AI. AI is necessary, and we have to deal with it as something that's necessary. It's a requirement. All infrastructure in general generates a huge amount of data. In the old days, there was not one single organization or one person that could have managed that data or processed that. AI provides a scope to do so. It's a tool. When it comes to resilience in our infrastructure, let me explain that we are investing in AI. AI, and before we had this big bang, before it became a fad 4 years ago. So we had started investing in predictive maintenance to make sure that we look at the network and identify potential problems before they even happen. And we also use AI to determine the load. And when it comes to telecommunications, AI is equally important. You know what? We are not dealing with AI as another user in our network. We look at AI as a tool, an instrument to maximize and optimize our operations and, of course, our networks. It's also important to acknowledge that we need to invest in digital infrastructure. We can't talk about AI without investing there. And I know we're pressed for time, so one last thing. If you're asking me about what will happen in 2030, what will have happened by then, whether infrastructure will be replaced by AI, I'd say no, this will never happen. But simply, infrastructure will become smarter, more resilient, more safe, more secure. They learn to converse within amongst themselves. And if you're asking me whether there will be technology and what type of technology will be there in 2030, let me respond that there will be technology. The previous panel discussion also pointed that direction. It's making leaps and bounds. We have to take advantage of technology to the benefit of us all. This is what we all want. One last comment coming from you, sir. Minister, before we wrap this up, what about infrastructure in 2030? How much AI and how much technology? I really believe in taking advantage of technology. And I agree that AI is a one-way street, whether we like it or not. Obviously, it's there. There must be certain limits. What I've been meaning to say is this. In the next few years, the state, and in particular the Ministry of Infrastructure and Transport, will heavily emphasize on proper management of water resources, irrigation, dams, and preventing floods. And of course, we will be even more efficiently and effectively connecting critical infrastructure with the railroad and the motorways and reloading and logistics stations. We will be connecting this to the airports and the ports. So interconnectivity, yes, it's exactly that. So Greece in 2030 will have critical infrastructure, which will be there. It will be complete. They will be up and running, considerably so. And I believe the next step would be emphasizing even further on infrastructure that I mentioned before, say connectivity and proper water resources management. Of course, connectivity with countries abroad. Let me thank all the participants. Mr. Makedos, you'd like to take the floor. You see, we don't have time. When it comes to what the minister said, and what he said is very important, let me repeat that. Our goal is to invest and fund technical companies through smart funding and financing with a view to enforcing and rolling out such technologies. It's important to use them, utilize them, not just come up with them. And this is the partnership's goal. We have teamed up with Credia Bank. It's the day after. Planning does not suffice in the absence of funds. Yes, and we have to make sure that the human resources stay in Greece. And let's get also the brain regain as well. Thank you very much.
αμέσως στον Υπουργό Ανάπτυξης, στον
And without further ado, I will ask the Minister of Development with hopefully lively discussion, Minister.
Λοιπόν, ακουγόμαστε.
I believe everyone can hear us. I was thinking about what would be my first question to you, and the second and third questions as well. So, let's say you are faced with an investor who comes to you and tells you, Minister for Development, I want to invest in your country, but there are I have 2 or 3 other European countries in mind. What would you tell them to convince them to stay in Greece and not move to another country? Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to participate in this excellent conference and for this debate. I would like to congratulate you, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, for this conference that has become an institution. Mr. Christoulias, let me move on with your question. Greece now offers many things that cannot be found in many other European countries. This is important. Political and institutional stability for investments. Whoever wants to invest in Greece know that they are in a stable country with only advantages, strategic advantages. Everything is done, every care is taken to assist investments. Whoever is interested in coming here with a strategic investment can contact directly the relevant secretariat of our ministry. They get a swift reply to their question. The development law is implemented in 90 days. There are many processes that just take up one day, and this is reflected in a steady increase of the number of foreign investments in Greece. You ask me to make a comparison to other countries. So, in other countries, the leading forces of the EU are going through a period of weakness and great instabilities. Nobody knows how things are going to be in France next year. The economy is different. In Germany, there are economic difficulties as well. And for the other, and all the other countries, in my view, are not as advantageous to investments as Greece is, and it is a great success of the Greek economy, and this is the result of our government's work. We have a higher than average increase of the GDP and a higher rate of debt reduction. These are two successes that talk of trust in this. So is it credibility, summing up or everything you said, is credibility the main advantage of this country? Yes, stability and credibility. Now, in the past, as far as I can remember at least, we were mainly receiving tourist investments. Is it true that recently industrial investments have overcome the tourist investments, and that Greece may gain a strong production basis, or are we going to remain a service economy? When I took over this ministry 2 years ago, I set some goals that not only we should achieve, be successful fiscally, but also the need to support a modern Greek industry and a modern primary sector that will supply this industry. All this without, of course, going against tourism. Tourism was, is, and is going to continue to be one of the strongest economic bases for this country. This is not about to change, and we don't want it to change, but we don't want it to be a monoculture. There is no antithesis, there is no conflict between industry and tourism. We want our economic model to embrace all types of activities on the basis of one criteria. Whatever we generate and produce, quality tourism, quality industry, what brings about exports, brings in foreign capital to the country. And this is on the agenda of a modern, competitive financial model for this country. Let us discuss SMEs. Oh, maybe, excuse me, says the minister, maybe the question starts from the point that in our ministry we have reversed the development law. In the past, the development law went to 60%. Now the funds go 90% to industry, to processing, and in the border areas. And this does not mean that we underestimate tourism. They have funds of the order of 22 billion. They don't actually need the support of the growth and investment law, but we want companies of any size to come and do innovative things in Greece, open up jobs and help our exports, which is a crucial issue. Despite our successes, we have a serious problem in the economy, the deficit of the trade balance of payments. This has to go away, to disappear, and this is difficult to achieve. We need a different aspect, a different point of view. We need technical jobs, which for the past decades in the mind of this country were deemed to be second-rate. Now they are absolutely necessary. And of course, the reward, the financial reward they provide is higher. Yes, we need technical professions for the future. This is a reality. Industries are right. They say that wherever they go, they have two main problems. One is the cost of energy, and secondly, the lack of manpower. This is the reality that needs to be dealt with. But let me tell you, I was really impressed by the fact that in March, the first month of the war in the Middle East, our exports went up by 28%. This is impressive. Well, SMEs complain that you are focusing on the big companies. Everything I said, of course, also applies to Greek entrepreneurship and the SMEs. But the difference is that we should all realize that nobody can support their viability by using the state as a prop. We don't have money to spend all over the place. Maybe there were such thoughts during the pandemic when the Greek economy shut down and the government had to support it with billions of euros. Money went to small and medium-sized companies because we had to maintain both the companies alive and the jobs. But a Greek SME needs to understand that they should become more extrovert, should become more profitable, how to maintain the jobs, how to become more dynamic. It is not the fact, it is not that we are looking at big businesses and nothing. But let me tell you, what we are trying to do as a ministry is to help the shipbuilding sector. It is irrational to have to be the number one shipping power in the world, and have nothing to do as regards shipbuilding and repair industry. We can remember the docking of ships in order to be repaired, and then the trade unions go on strike, and nobody knew when they were going to stop. Thankfully, this is no longer the case. Around the shipbuilding industry, we need hundreds of SMEs that need to connect to the shipbuilding industry. There is no conflict between those two. But, frankly speaking, there is a huge number of the SMEs in Greece. And this is not sustainable for the future. We are going to support the SMEs. There are lots of programs. Mr. Papathanassis is managing lots and lots of programs. We are going to come up with new programs only focusing on SMEs in the future, but these companies have to reform and merge and come together. But of course, this is not easy for us. We are all leaders in this country, if I may say so, but if you want to be successful in the economy, you need to be competitive and join forces. And that is why we have provided tax breaks, and we need to go further so that SMEs need to proceed as SMEs, but also by coming together and increasing their size.
Αυτά τα 2 χρόνια πολλές...
Which is the great big investment that is your personal success? There are many big investments coming to the country because we are a healthy and serious entrepreneurship. If you want me to say something in reply to your question, I feel proud, not for myself, but for this country. I can tell you about 2 or 3 big investments. One is the gallium investment. Why? Because it provides a very strong strategic advantage to this country. Americans need 20 tons of gallium a year, and the EU needs 20 tons. And with this investment by Metlen in Viotia, we will produce 50 tons of gallium a year, so 2.5 times what America needs and the whole needs of Europe. So for the time being, we are dependent on China. The world is dependent on China. Now we are using advanced technology, AI, etc. This is going to be a huge advantage. Or unique, innovative investments for the storage of CO2, which comes from all of our industrial activity and its storage at the former Prinos installation. And this makes Greece reach one of the first positions in global innovation. These are fantastic investments. Last and hypothetical question. Let's say that in 3 years' time, you are still the Minister for Development, and you come to this conference. Which is the economic indicator that you would have liked to improve, to see improved? What will make you proud of your achievement as a Minister for Development? Well, taking on from what I said, I would be interested to have exceeded the average, EU average as regards the ratio investments to GDP. We are at 17 now. Europe is 21. I would like to see a higher ratio. It would make me very proud. And if I am the Minister of Development in 3 years' time, then the sine qua non condition, Kyriakos Mitsotakis should be the Prime Minister, and therefore, whenever we have elections, the Greek people should vote for stability and a stable framework. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister.
ζωή υπάρχουν πολλοί δρόμοι. Αν όμως έχεις τη δύναμη να τους ενώσεις σε έναν δρόμο, το δικό σου δρόμο, τότε είσαι η Metlen. Με πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο στην εξέλιξη της βιομηχανίας και της παγκόσμιας ενεργειακής μετάβασης και με μία δέσμευση που κοιτάει πέρα από το σήμερα, δημιουργώντας τις εξελίξεις και δίνοντας μια καλύτερη μορφή στο αύριο. Metlen. Πάντα φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό δεν είναι μόνο για τον τουρισμό.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό είναι για όλους εμάς που δεν θέλουμε να φύγουμε από τον τόπο μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να στηρίζουμε την τοπική οικονομία.
Και να γινόμαστε συνεχώς καλύτεροι στη δουλειά μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να αναδείξουμε τον πολιτισμό μας.
Με σεβασμό σε αυτό το μοναδικό περιβάλλον.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να ταξιδέψουμε την τοπική μας παράδοση σε όλο τον κόσμο.
Στην Αλφα Bank πιστεύουμε ότι τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό φέρνουν την πρόοδο σε όλους. Γι' αυτό στεκόμαστε διαχρονικά δίπλα στις επιχειρήσεις του τουρισμού. Αλφα Bank. Η πρόοδος έχει τράπεζα.
Theon International is a leading developer and manufacturer of man-portable night vision, thermal imaging and electro-optical systems for defense and security applications with global footprint. Theon Group started its operations in 1997 from Athens, Greece, and since then has established itself as a leading force in the global market. Theon Group has an international office network in the US, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, 2 offices in the UAE and Singapore, and co-production and system maintenance partnerships in Brazil, the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Indonesia. Theon owns 2 state-of-the-art production facilities in Athens, serving its customers in 68 countries worldwide, 24 of which are NATO members. Theon also operates a production plant in Wetzlar, Germany, which is a joint venture together with Hensel Optronics, and a production capacity in Plymouth, Michigan, which is operated by its partner, AOTech. Theon's main factory is in Athens, close to the Athens International Airport. The main factory covers an area of 8,300 square meters, split over 2 buildings, which hosts a highly skilled workforce of around 310 people. The facility's size and setup supports the expected continuous growth of Theon over the coming years. Theon's production setup has the capacity to facilitate the entire engineering and production process, from initial research, design and product development, prototyping and testing, to product industrialization, as well as customer and product support. This approach enables Theon to deliver customized solutions in short time while maintaining a cost-effective structure. The company has 13 assembly rooms, 5 of which are clean rooms in which optical assemblies are being produced. The facility also hosts the engineering department, which consists of an experienced team of engineers who are highly skilled experts in their fields, including optical, mechanical, electronic, software, computer vision and AI engineering, as well as system design. Big emphasis is given on assuring the high quality of products. Quality inspection is carried out on all components that are sourced from Theon's international supply chain using state-of-the-art test and measurement equipment, many of which are in-house designed and assembled. Theon's products use 2 distinct technologies, night vision and thermal imaging. Night vision technology is based on image intensification and is used under low light conditions where ambient light, that is available from sources such as the moon, the stars or street lights, is amplified and projected onto a typical green or black and white screen. Today, night vision monoculars and binoculars are the basic equipment for any night operations. Thermal devices, in essence, capture and display differences in temperature of objects. Thermal systems can operate in total darkness, but also in full daylight and are typically used for medium to long-range observation and targeting of objects. Night vision and thermal technology are complementary, and the trend goes to fused systems that combine both technologies in one device, which is something that Theon is working on.
Κοσμοτέ Telecom φέρνει στο σπίτι σου.
Συγγνώμη!
Α, όχι εσύ πάλι. Θα με αφήσεις να τα πω. Φέρνει ταχύτητες έως 3 Gbps, αλλά και την υπηρεσία Fiber to the Room με τη διάφανη οπτική ίνα σε κάθε δωμάτιο του σπιτιού.
Καλή φάση!
Περίμενε. Έχει κι άλλο. Και επιπλέον, ακόμα κι αν πέσει το σταθερό ίντερνετ, με την υπηρεσία Always Online παραμένει συνδεδεμένος μέσω του γρηγορότερου δικτύου κινητής χωρίς καμία επιπλέον χρέωση. Ζήσε τώρα την ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία Fiber στο σπίτι από την Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Κοσμοτέ Telecom. Συνδέουμε το κόσμο σου.
Νερό. Ένα πολύτιμο αγαθό σε συνεχή ροή μέσα στο χρόνο. Μέσα από τη μεγάλη ιστορία λειτουργίας της, η ΕΙΔΑΠ, η μεγαλύτερη εταιρεία υπηρεσιών ίδρευσης και αποχέτευσης στην Ελλάδα, βρίσκεται και αυτή σε συνεχή εξέλιξη προκειμένου να προσφέρει το αγαθό του νερού σε επάρκεια και ποιότητα. Με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο, με υψηλό το αίσθημα της προσφοράς και της φροντίδας, με ευαισθησία για τις ανάγκες του, με άριστης ποιότητας νερό και ολοκληρωμένες υπηρεσίες συλλογής και επεξεργασίας λιμάτων, με σεβασμό στη φύση που διδάσκει τον κύκλο του νερού και της ζωής. Με το βλέμμα στο μέλλον, η ΕΙΔΑΠ υλοποιεί ένα δυναμικό πλάνο μετασχηματισμού και επενδύσεων σε βάθος 20 ετίας με ωφέλη για την κοινωνία, τους καταναλωτές, τους εργαζομένους της, τους επενδυτές, το περιβάλλον. Γιατί η φροντίδα για τον άνθρωπο και το περιβάλλον είναι αξία για την ΕΙΔΑΠ. Γιατί ο εξυγχρονισμός των δικτύων και των εγκαταστάσεών της είναι αξία για την οικονομία μας. Γιατί ο σεβασμός προς το περιβάλλον είναι αξία για ένα καλύτερο αύριο. Γιατί το νερό είναι αξία ζωής που πρέπει να προστατεύεται και να επιστρέφει καθαρό στη φύση και τον άνθρωπο. Αξία ζωής με επίκεντρο τον άνθρωπο. ΕΙΔΑΠ.
Νητσιάκος.
Αλλάζουμε. Προχωράμε μπροστά. Ο πελάτης στο κέντρο όλων των ενεργειών μας. Καινοτομούμε με νέα προϊόντα, νέες υπηρεσίες, νέες συνεργασίες. Αναπτυσσόμαστε. Κάνουμε τη Τηρεσίας μεγάλη και σύγχρονη, με νέα εμπορική συνεργασία με την Equifax και την εξαγορά της εταιρείας Stattek. Μετασχηματιζόμαστε σε ένα από τα κορυφαία γραφεία πίστης στην Ευρώπη. Ενισχύουμε την εθνική οικονομία και συμβάλλουμε αποτελεσματικά στη συμπερίληψη και ενίσχυση της εμπιστοσύνης στο χρηματοοικονομικό σύστημα. Εξελισσόμαστε. Ισχυροποιούμε τη θέση μας στην αγορά, δημιουργώντας μια μεγάλη εταιρεία για την κοινωνία, τους πελάτες και πάνω απ' όλα όλους εμάς.
Στη ζωή υπάρχουν πολλοί δρόμοι. Αν όμως έχεις τη δύναμη να τους ενώσεις σε έναν δρόμο, το δικό σου δρόμο, τότε είσαι η Metlen. Με πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο στην εξέλιξη της βιομηχανίας και της παγκόσμιας ενεργειακής μετάβασης και με μία δέσμευση που κοιτάει πέρα από το σήμερα, δημιουργώντας τις εξελίξεις και δίνοντας μια καλύτερη μορφή στο αύριο. Metlen. Πάντα φτιαγμένη από μέταλλο, γεμάτη από ενέργεια.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό δεν είναι μόνο για τον τουρισμό.
Τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό είναι για όλους εμάς που δεν θέλουμε να φύγουμε από τον τόπο μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να στηρίζουμε την τοπική οικονομία.
Και να γινόμαστε συνεχώς καλύτεροι στη δουλειά μας.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να αναδείξουμε τον πολιτισμό μας.
Με σεβασμό σε αυτό το μοναδικό περιβάλλον.
Για εμάς που θέλουμε να ταξιδέψουμε την τοπική μας παράδοση σε όλο τον κόσμο.
Στην Αλφα Bank πιστεύουμε ότι τα μεγάλα έργα για τον τουρισμό φέρνουν την πρόοδο σε όλους. Γι' αυτό στεκόμαστε διαχρονικά δίπλα στις επιχειρήσεις του τουρισμού. Αλφα Bank. Η πρόοδος έχει τράπεζα.
Theon International is a leading developer and manufacturer of man-portable night vision, thermal imaging and electro-optical systems for defense and security applications with global footprint. Theon Group started its operations in 1997 from Athens, Greece, and since then has established itself as a leading force in the global market. Theon Group has an international office network in the US, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, 2 offices in the UAE and Singapore, and co-production and system maintenance partnerships in Brazil, the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Indonesia. Theon owns 2 state-of-the-art production facilities in Athens, serving its customers in 68 countries worldwide, 24 of which are NATO members. Theon also operates a production plant in Wetzlar, Germany, which is a joint venture together with Hensel Electronics, and a production capacity in Plymouth, Michigan, which is operated by its partner, Aeotech. Theon's main factory is in Athens, close to the Athens International Airport. The main factory covers an area of 8,300 square meters, split over 2 buildings, which hosts a highly skilled workforce of around 310 people. The facility's size and setup supports the expected continuous growth of Theon over the coming years. Theon's production setup has the capacity to facilitate the entire engineering and production process, from initial research, design and product development, prototyping and testing, to product industrialization, as well as customer and product support. This approach enables Theon to deliver customized solutions in short time while maintaining a cost-effective structure. The company has 13 assembly rooms, 5 of which are clean rooms in which optical assemblies are being produced. The facility also hosts the engineering department, which consists of an experienced team of engineers who are highly skilled experts in their fields, including optical, mechanical, electronic, software, computer vision and AI engineering, as well as system design. Big emphasis is given on assuring the high quality of products. Quality inspection is carried out on all components that are sourced from Theon's international supply chain using state-of-the-art test and measurement equipment, many of which are in-house designed and assembled. Theon's products use 2 distinct technologies, night vision and thermal imaging. Night vision technology is based on image intensification and is used under low light conditions where ambient light that is available from sources such as the moon, the stars or street lights is amplified and projected onto a typical green or black and white screen. Today, night vision monoculars and binoculars are the basic equipment for any night operations. Thermal devices, in essence, capture and display differences in temperature
Να
of objects.
πάρουμε τις θέσεις μας σιγά σιγά για να συνεχίσουμε στο επόμενο κομμάτι του συνεδρίου.
Daylight and are typically used for medium to long range observation and targeting of objects. Night vision and
Ο διοικητής Τραπέζης Ελλάδος, ο κύριος Γιάννης Τουρνάρ.
The governor of the Bank of Greece is gracing us with his presence. We are going to interview him. It should be a different type of interview, but yeah, you will have to suffer through it. I'll ask bank-related and economy and finance-related questions. To begin with, congratulations on your third election. Now we're joking. Is this going to be Zolotas Tournaras or Tournaras Zolotas? Who's going to be there for more terms between him and you? These are decided by God. Let's not make any bets. Let's not place bets about who's going to live longer, but we can make comparisons. Xenophon Zolotas, I think, was at the helm of the bank for more than 19 years. Even if we suppose that I lead a healthy life for longer, Zolotas still will have stayed there 1 year longer than I have. You can go for a fourth. Why not? I'll have 3 terms. You know what? The doyen of the central banks the world over is a Romanian, Isarescu. He's served for 6 terms, 3-year ones. He's been a governor since 1990. Is he that good? In Romania, he is thought of as a pillar for stability. Is he still serving? Yes. So you're not the doyen. No, even within the Eurosystem, there are older peers of mine. Gaston Reines, the Luxembourgish peer, is already in his 3rd term. And about 5 days ago, Boris Vucic, our Croatian peer, was serving a 3rd term, and then he was elected as vice president of the ECB. So 3rd term, and the world over you'll find others who've been serving for the 3rd term. Mogu Isarescu is also a Philhellene. He has very close ties with Greece. All right. Okay, let's stay with that, or rather, let's discuss more practical issues. Please be quiet, says Ms. Pirioti. The ECB is having interest rates drop. It used to. It's not changing the interest rates for businesses. It's not true, says Mr. Tournaras. Business loans, yes, are. They don't have a fixed interest rate. When it comes to mortgage loans, it's slower. It takes longer because many of them are fixed interest rate ones. Still, there's this feeling, there's this sense, it's not right, not anymore. Why has this impression been created and how? Maybe it's rooted in the past, but this is no longer the case. Once there's a change in the interest rate, it spills over right away. When it comes to business ones, they are not fixed interest rate. So does Greece have certain specificities or special funding and financing needs compared to the rest of its peers in the Eurozone? What can you do? No, now we are back to normal. We don't have any specificities or special requirements. There's lots of cash flow. We are comfortable in funding and financing. Commercial banks have cash flow. If they need to borrow money and they don't, it's easy for them to get cash from the Bank of Greece. So at this moment, as we speak, there's nothing. So knock on wood. Yes, let's knock on wood. It's not like what it used to be in 2015 or 2017 when we were a case apart. To be honest, until 2016, that was true. And then there was some sort of normality. We felt that sometime around 2018, us average citizens, you got that earlier on, you realized that sometime in 2016. As of the year 2016, there was some sort of balance. Mr. Varoufakis will be taking the floor next. I don't know if you're going to see through that as well. Now, another question, because you referred to that, and Mr. Exarchou also referred to that. He was interviewed by Mr. Hadjinikolaou, and he said, be careful. An economy such as the Greek economy, upon certain conditions, if there's instability, then we could go back to 2010. As far as you're concerned, what's the biggest risk that the Greek economy is running? Maybe there's no pricing, or maybe the markets are not aware of that. Is there any such risk? You know what? After that big adventure, as we speak, we managed and we are in a certain normality. We're doing well. We are a success story, and this is due to three things. First, the fiscal aspect of things, meaning that we have primary surpluses, the public debt as a ratio of the GDP is dropping, and fastly so. You know, at the end of 2026, we will no longer be the country with the biggest debt in Europe, and by the year 2030, Greece maybe will not even rank second or third in terms of public debt. So we are repaying our first loans, the ones that are related to the first loans, the first memorandum. This is the right thing to do. We are slashing the spreads this way, and the spread matters greatly if we want to slash the cost of borrowing money. So three things are happening. First, fiscally, we're doing great. Second, the banks are doing good, and we are proceeding with reforms. All three such things must continue. We must continue filling in those prerequisites. Should one of these three discontinue, I don't think we're going back to 2010, but then again, we will not be doing as well as we're doing now, and we will not be proceeding as speedily. We are growing faster than the rest of Europe, so we're converging, albeit slowly. The public debt is dropping, the banks are doing well, but we have to continue that way because we are still a country with a very high public debt. Governor, there's the sense that the banks, despite the fact that they are doing quite well and they are record-breaking in terms of profit-making and revenue, they have failed to endorse the right policies, or maybe they don't have as many new loans. So in the real economy, this is not reflected. And let me be specific. I usually say, and this is the gaping wound, the SMEs are still not getting access to funding and financing. Is this true? Let's start from the first part of your question. Clearly, the banks are doing well. Please don't think that by now all problems have been solved. We still have some NPLs. Most of them have been moved to services. They are in the hands of funds, but the banks still have in their P&Ls more NPLs than the rest of Europe. Part of their assets is deferred taxation, so this is a requirement, or if you will, something that must be paid to the public, the Treasury, supervisory-wise, it's acknowledged, it's still a weakness. Which brings me to the other part of your question, and this is also an impression that's no longer true. The banks are giving money to everyone, including SMEs. The credit expansion to enterprises, regardless of size, is 8 to 9% annually. So every month, and I'm talking about loans that are paid minus the ones that are being repaid. I'm talking about net credit expansion. It's 700 million per month on average. It's a big sum. It's a big amount. It's happening faster compared to the rest of Europe. Small and medium-sized enterprises, therefore, are granted loans. And what inspections have shown, well, the number one problem for SMEs is no longer funding and financing. Nowadays, they believe that their top problem is lack of human resources, lack of personnel, or failure to adopt and endorse new technologies. Nonetheless, SMEs nowadays do not point to borrowing money as their number one problem. But one of the reasons why SMEs have been helped is the following. There's the Greek Development Bank, which has been enforcing its policy, and it has tools and instruments. The Greek public is not aware of that. Mr. Nikos Papathanasis is here. He'll be next. Ask him. He will share a lot. He's done a lot, or rather the Development Bank has done a lot, especially outside of the metropolis. The rest of Greece further. It's done great things. Definitely. What's been helpful is the fact that we've built an ecosystem in the meantime of smaller banking institutions, both at the big urban areas and the rest of Greece. I'm referring to Attica, Pankridias, Macedonia Thraki mergers, Kredia, Optima, IBB. At the same point in time, nonetheless, what I'm driving at is this. By now, we have more competition within the confines of the banking system, and attention is given to the SMEs. Yes, there's not just the 4 systemic ones, there are others developing. There are many thoughts and ideas, or other thoughts, and a lot of discussion about some banking deals between and amongst the big systemic banks. A change in the 4 systemic banks is going to happen. I think it's a fantasy, or maybe it's true. You tell us. Is this just one scenario out of many? Well, listen, what we want as we speak is more competition. The banking system is quite concentrated. It's highly concentrated. 4 biggest systemic banks have 92.5% of the P&L of the banking system as such, so this is high concentration. According to the Bank of Greece, it wouldn't be expedient to have further concentration for the big banks. And when it comes to the smaller ones, of course, there could be, and already M&As have happened. At the level of the smaller banks, we definitely have a more robust and stronger system of smaller enterprises, and this is helpful to the economy. If I asked you about the single one distortion in the Greek banking system that if you could, you would change tomorrow, what would that be? Like I said, about 40% of their assets, of the capital, is not paid up, but it's deferred. And how can we fix that, Governor? Already measures have been made, they've been taken. The banks themselves have taken due care to accelerate the amortization of deferred taxation. And they have, of course, taken advantage of the current legislation. Plus, they added that 29% of the dividends paid will be added to the amortization. So about, this is slashing by half the time needed for amortization. So I believe that by 2033, we will have amortized the deferred taxation. A loan for the average household is not exactly what the Bank of Greece really focuses on. It can't be helped. I have to ask you, what about a possible risk of another housing bubble? I'm asking because real estate prices are skyrocketing, and of course, there's no corresponding or commensurate increase in available incomes. I mean, when it comes to demand for real estate, the rate is low. Maybe even Bulgaria is doing better than us. So you see, there's 2 factors. On the one hand, real estate prices are skyrocketing, and at the same point in time, it's amazingly impossible for the average citizen to pay prices for rent and leasing or buying possibly a house. Are you worried about this? Well, let me give you a reply. To begin with, as of 2010, or rather between 2010 and, or rather 2008 and until 2017, we had a drop by 42% in the price of real estate. So what you've seen is, since 2017 until now, is a correction. As we speak, we are only 6% above where we used to be in 2008. The rest of Europe is plus 45%, so there's clearly no bubble. I've never heard that before, so I'm telling you, I've never had this before, not so far. Nobody mentioned it as a piece of information or data. But this is the outcome of our measurements and surveys. You're right. Real estate prices are picking up faster than the increase of real salaries and wages. But then again, it's a matter of real life. You can't make it compare. You can't compel or force enterprises to increase salaries and wages faster, or else the competitiveness rate will drop. So it's a matter of productivity rate changes. So we have to proceed with the right investments and right reforms to that end. But allow me here to add another thing. You mentioned before the fact that we are doing worse than Bulgaria. We're not. We are better in terms of purchasing power. But if we factor in the black economy or the grey economy and tax evasion, which is higher, you've recorded that. Yes, time and again, I've mentioned that. We've mentioned that as the Bank of Greece. But let me refer, or rather use real figures. There is the social prosperity indicator of the United States of America, which is not just measuring the per capita income, but it's also measuring quality of health, quality of education. When it comes to that indicator, Greece, despite the crisis, there was a problem. Per capita GDP dropped. As we speak, despite that, we are at the 16%, the top 16% of the world over. So we are at the top. So this is high up and I'm not talking about the per capita income. That indicator takes into account more than that. That's one. Second, you're right. Those who are renting a house are struggling. Young people are struggling as well. The Bank of Greece has pointed to this issue. We have highlighted the existence of this problem. We've connected it to the demographics. And quite often young people are living at their parents' places for longer. And it's difficult for them to start a family. And the government is right. And it's trying to cater to supply and demand. And it's trying to take measures. And it's promoting the refurbishment and renovation of old places, and social housing is being discussed, or closed houses. We have to look at the supply, not just demand. But let's look at the flip side of the coin. As we speak, 70% of Greek citizens own their homes, according to an ECB recent survey, a new study. We have measured the wealth, the assets of the households. I'm talking about liability and assets plus real estate. Greece is not doing bad in the ranking, especially when it comes to real estate, the ownership. Quite often people have a second house in a village or where they come from as a family. I'm not going to share everything with you. I wouldn't like you to think I'm exaggerating. Pretty fast, pretty soon we're going to publicize the statistical data. But you see, when 70% of the population owns their house, that really matters. The increase in the prices has been taken into account in terms of wealth. I'm afraid that this will be the last generation that owns their place. Please don't be so pessimistic. If you have 2 children, you have one house, you're going to give it to one of your children. Please don't be so pessimistic. If we continue the way we are heading now, why not? Why not? We'll converge in real terms. And by way of conclusion, what scares you? What is it that frightens you in view of our future path? The public debt, the private debt, or what you've said on many occasions, say low productivity. I would be frightened if we stopped doing what we are doing now, if we stopped acting as fiscally responsible as we are. I'd be frightened if we stopped having this fiscal stability, if we failed to have strong and robust banks that are giving credit to the people, and I'd be frightened if we failed with the reforms. If we stop doing reforms, out of everything you mentioned, I'm more concerned about the productivity rate and the progression thereof. Not really worried that much about the public debt and the private debt. They are quite high, but they are on downward path. What I'm mostly concerned with is ways through which we can invest in further productivity hikes. Because you see, the productivity rate is the one that determines the level of available and real incomes. It's 3:00. Until now, this is the main conclusion we've been drawing since the start of this one-day event. Since the beginning of this conference, everybody insisting on the fact that the productive paradigm, the productive model, more productivity, we need that. But what type of productivity after all? Because gradually the public debate is focusing on something which is more substantial and more tangible than the general comments or statements we used to listen to previously. I mean, 5 or 6 years ago. Of course, we were faced with different challenges back then. Nowadays, everybody is focusing on the productivity paradigm, the productivity model that needs to change. Indeed, and this is to the point, when we discuss productivity, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about how intensively we should work. Greek people are working more than anyone. The main question is how much capital or how many assets or how much money would be helpful to the Greek citizen. There have been investments during the crisis. They have been increasing rapidly. So in 2019, we were at 11% of the GDP. Now we are 18 or 17% of the GDP. In 2025, unless I'm wrong, maybe it's 18%. I can't remember exactly, says Mr. Zournaras. But then again, we're investing more and more rapidly. So, but this is the first precondition to improve productivity. You see, a working class person can produce more just as long as there's more asset and more available capital, maybe assets like computers and pieces of equipment and machinery, but there's need for more. That is reforms. Reforms meaning we need better justice. We need faster justice. We need better labor market. We need a system, an education system that will provide people with the right skills, the skills needed by the market. We're going to discuss that tomorrow, exactly this subject. But so we have to focus on two things: investments and reforms. Thank you very much, Governor. All the best in your third term.
And I will now give the floor to the head of the main opposition party, the president of the PASOK party, Mr. Nikos Androulakis, who has made us the honor of joining us for the conference. And this will be followed by speech by Mr. Papaathanassis, who very kindly, as usual, has given his turn to the leader of the opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, in the public debate, we often discuss whether Greece is better off now than 10 years ago. The answer is obvious. The country has recovered its investment grade. The banks have strengthened their P&Ls. Still, there are pending debts that are a yoke for households and businesses. We have recovered from the deep economic crisis. The ratio of public debt to GDP is constantly decreasing, a development that is to a great extent a result of the nominal expansion of the economy and to inflation. Nobody denies all that, because these are the results of the sacrifices that the Greek people have made and the resilience that many companies have shown. So this is the result of an extensive collective effort. But is it right to always compare Greece with the situation during the MOUs in order to come to safe results, to safe conclusions? The question is the country being prepared for the future, and is it being prepared to overcome its weaknesses? As we advance towards 2030, we need to really look at the dilemmas. Is Greece, or the Greece of 2030, going to be a European convergence state, or a country that will make do with managing its weaknesses? I must point out that there are still important structural weaknesses remain. So the best tactic, the best strategy would be to discuss the future and not to present the present, the status quo. All these reports must be a source of concern to us. First axis, productivity as a national challenge. The biggest difficulty of the Greek economy is not the fiscal adjustment, is the average productivity, which needs to be higher than the EU average, which means that not only do it is not enough to work more, or how can Greek people work more when, according to official data, people work the longest hours in Europe. So we need to look at the quality of these working hours, the quality, so that we can be more productive. This means more innovation, more research, more technology, more connecting knowledge to technology even more. And at the same time, we need a higher quality working time that would bring the reality closer to employment. And that is why a few weeks ago PASOK has promoted to the public debate the quality working conditions. We should not just limit ourselves to the current situation or any growth factors that are temporary. No, we need to achieve an economy that will bring about a fairer distribution. Secondly, productivity. The external position of this country is the second challenge. Despite the increase of exports and high tourism results, still we show high deficits in the trade balance. And our net position is the lowest in the EU. Is this a concern? This shows that the economy continues is highly dependent on external financing. In a nutshell, Greece continues to consume and invest more than it is producing. This is not a general indicator. It is a matter of national resilience. We need more exports, higher manufacturing sector, more contribution to the value chains, and we cannot be talking about a strong economy when our productive basis is smaller than the country needs in many sectors. Next axis, the demographic issue, as we discussed in your previous conference, Greece is facing one of the most important demographic crises in Europe. People are getting older, births are dropping, and everything changes very fast. Therefore, we need to adapt, to adjust our skills. The demographics is the most, or one of the most important issues, a hurdle for the younger generations that want to create a path for themselves and make families. Many companies at the same time complain that they cannot find skilled workers while people continue to leave the country, brain drain. And these are high-skilled people. The country in 2030 needs to be a country that invests in knowledge, in training, in research. A country that has organized housing policy. I have repeatedly mentioned that after 2022, not as an inspiration of PASOK, but looking at situations elsewhere, in Spain, in Italy, in Portugal, and in Austria. So the issue will really be whether we can provide hope and a future to our younger generations. Fourth axis, institutions that promote growth. And very often there is a debate here that there's one issue about the institutions and another about the economy. To us, these are close together. These are interlinked. Wherever the rule of law is stronger, then growth is stronger. So for us, strong institutions and rule of law are very important for growth and competitiveness. So the effectiveness of the institution of the public administration, stability of rules and governance are issues related to competitiveness. And in recent years, Greece is moving back, is going backwards. The lack of transparency in the management of public finances has increased. There are many examples of lack of transparency in public procurement, for instance. At the same time, there are delays, administrative hurdles, and all this, instead of having investments, we have low productivity. So we need a state that is more effective, more trustworthy, and this is cannot be the current executive state. Fifth axis, cost of living and quality of life. Macroeconomic indicators are not enough when people see that their daily lives become increasingly difficult. Fixation, the insistence of high cost of life is one of the most difficult challenges. It's not only inflation, it's housing cost, energy cost, the cost of basic services. It is the pressure on the medium and smaller and lower incomes. An economy cannot deem itself to be successful when inequalities grow, when a big part of society sees that their disposable income is not enough, and what is happening is not help them improve their quality of life, the standard of living. And how can we have a successful economic policy when our people have the lowest purchasing power among the 27 EU member states? It's as simple as that. Sixth axis, private debt and the second opportunity to those who can afford it, who can manage it. A second opportunity for dignity. The banks have decreased a lot their non-performing loans in their P&Ls. But they have not disappeared. They have just been removed from the banking system, and they continue to burden both households and SMEs. For many professionals, access to financing is limited, and the possibility for a real restart, is not possible. We need an integrated strategy like the one which we have submitted to Parliament that will allow sustainable companies and households to fully return to economic activity. The protection of the home and real 120 installments to the money due to the state, a real 120 installments. We cannot move in an ocean of debt. So the day after of the recovery fund. For us, the recovery fund is the one huge lost opportunity of our times. Recently, our country has benefited from a unknown ever from a huge wave of funding. But these objectives that were chosen and the money is used without an overall strategy. We will see the result of that when the cycle of financing is over. Is the economy going to continue to grow at the same pace? Will there be resilience? Studies show otherwise. Post-2029, things are going to be extremely difficult, and these resources are not going to leave behind them or bring about a permanent dynamic. There is something else, though, a good thing. The European Commission, through the recent announcement, have opened the possibility, post the RRF, to agree that the non-used RRF can be used by the social banks for social as loans for specific social reasons, which means that the member states will be able to use temporary European funds to permanent growth benefits. We say very clearly that we need to use this opportunity to finance the Greek Development Bank with what remains from the RRF so as to have a strong state-owned financing pillar for the housing effort, for the protection of housing, and bank can leverage these funds. So the question is not how much we're going to absorb by the end of 2026, but the RRF is going to become the foundation of a tool of housing for the younger people. Ladies and gentlemen, there are many challenges. Obviously, things are not easy, and nobody holds a magic wand. But our duty is to work seriously without any prejudices for the country that we want. For Greece to be able to look at a dignified future, we need to provide proposals to face all these challenges. So we have a plan, both for economic growth, resilient growth, productive, competitive, and also for social justice. And if we are able, the ones to win the next election, there will be political change, certainty, stability, security, and an outlook, positive outlook for every Greek. Thank you very much.
Παρακαλώ τον αναπληρωτή.
And now the Deputy Minister of National Economy and Finance, Mr. Nikos Papathanasis, to take the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hadjinikolaou. Honorable Organizing Committee, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to be participating this year in this two-day conference and the proceedings thereof, a conference on Greece 2030. And I think that by now this conference has become an institution promoting debates and dialogue aimed at promoting the economy, investments, and the development and growth paradigm for Greece. I'd like to commend the organizers for the quality of the subjects that are being dealt with, and also for the timing. We just listened to the head of PASOK. And he represents the parliamentary major opposition party. He referred to the RRF. So allow me to dwell on something that is being debated publicly, meaning what will happen after the end of the RRF. And let me highlight something because Mr. Navroulakis discussed the day after and he talked about what would happen after the end of the RRF. Let me insist that it's not allowed for RRF funds to be used or utilized after the end of the fund's existence, especially funds that are actually subsidies or grants. Only the loans are may be used in a different manner. Let me remind you that this is money that we are borrowing and then we have to give back, because the unanimous agreement reached to put the RRF in place and have borrowing happening within the EU, in essence, that will be concluded by the 31st of December 2026. So any amount of money that will have been granted by the end of this year will be the amounts that the members can take to cater to the needs of their needs. We have 36 billion as Greece, 18 for grants and subsidies, and another 18 or 17.8 billion for loans. We have done everything with the loans, and ahead of time, we've managed to have 2 billion stay with the Greek Development Bank. Please pay attention to the fact that we had this discussion in 2025, earlier than any other country that had made provisions for certain funds to be kept. We did that for the 2 billion in order to provide loans to SMEs, and the interest rate will be 0.35. We'll be leveraging about 5 billion for SMEs, and the interest rate is 0.35. This is a huge breach for the growth and development of our homeland. Between 2019 and until now, between then and now, obviously things have changed. The image is totally different. For the very first time in 16 years, the European Commission is removing Greece from the list of countries that are faced with macroeconomic inequalities. In essence, this signals the fact that we are back in financial and economic normality. We are top or amongst the top countries in terms of growth rates. We have more than double the European average. The reason why we managed to be so successful growth-wise is also positively impacting the investment gap, the investment deficit, and also we've slashed unemployment. The investment gap was 10%. I'm talking about the ratio investments to GDP. As we speak, this ratio is about 18%, and we're very close to the 21%, which is the average for investments to GDP in the rest of Europe. But let me share with you some data and let me dwell on what will happen after the RRF. We have certain important figures and facts to share with you. The economy is not what it used to be. It's so much better. The RRF had 18 billion that was channeled in the direction of the society and the daily lives of citizens to support infrastructure projects, to support reforms. Reforms are very important as well because we're talking in RRF terms. And let's take stock of the fact, let's factor in the fact that we didn't deal with provisional circumstances. Things happen that are still there, and the reforms that we're helping materialize will stay. Now, the national chunk or the national funds of the RRF now are totally different compared to the previous period, and now we have an additional 12 billion euros for the national funds of the RRF in support of growth and businesses. For 2026 to 2030, we have 22 billion. So we have another 12 billion compared to the previous period, additional funds to give. there's the NSRF, which is happening 2021-2027. You know that it's backloaded, so we have another 19 billion that must be absorbed by 2030, and we managed in the meantime to have the plan revised and reviewed. We were the very first peer who managed to get an extension by 12 months. Again, that's the NSRF 2021-2027, which will be complete by 2030. This 90 billion will be absorbed. We are amongst the top countries when we measure the absorption rates for Greece. We have to compare the absorption rate of ours with where other countries are. At the same point in time, we're amongst the top in terms of absorption rate. So things are happening smoothly. 26 billion, 19 will be absorbed by 2030. So it's another 12 billion. So compared to the period 2021-2027 or 25, and we have another two funds that will be there to help the daily lives of people, that is to help the social face or facade. We have 5.3 billion plus another 6-something billion. We have another two funds, that's another almost 12 billion that will be injected in the society until 2032. This is pertinent to the RRF, but then again, remember the RRF will not end. It won't expire because gov.gr, the reforms will stay. Tomorrow we are going to celebrate gov.gr. There's a special event in the presence of the Prime Minister. This is not done. Gov.gr will be there. It's not done. We have the accelerator of businesses. We have this facilitate the contact and communication of people with the state. Plus, thanks to the RRF, there will be infrastructure projects materializing. They'll stay behind after the end of the RRF. They'll be there in the day after. Therefore, because there was questions about what will happen, and there's also the mid-run plan and 2028, 2029. In essence, there will be some drop and diminution in the public works program and planning. We have 17 billion for this year. This is the public investment project. We never had such a plan. We had 5.6 investments materialized in 2019, 17 billion this year as opposed to 2019, and it's happening as we speak. Let me also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, of the fact that we have a new programming period, the new programming period for the years 2020, 2028, 2034. And the amounts of money that correspond to the new programming period have not been added to the ones of the RRF. They couldn't possibly be because there's no such deal, and there's no such deal to wet the midterm plan. And then we're going to add everything 28, 29, 2030, about 50 billion euro will be added. The initial agreement's been made, the negotiations are underway, they are tough negotiations. We want to make sure there's a cohesion policy, social cohesion policy. The Nordic countries or the countries of the North are trying to diminish that or do away with it. We agree with the Draghi report and the Letta report, but we have to wait. And when is that agreement going to be made or finalized? It's expected to be finalized in the second half of 2027 when Greece will be exercising the presidency of the European Union. And therefore, we have many tools in our hands. Many tools are available and they will be coming along. The RRF is not done yet. The RRF is still here. The funding tools and the financial instruments we have more than cover the amounts offered by the RRF. And there's also the legacy of the RRF once it's done, because we've done a lot of digitalization. Remember, this has helped us. This has helped benefit centers, health centers, hospitals, schools, and infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, what really matters, what is really valuable, is for this country to have stability, political stability. We are a country that is respected, a country that is listened to by our European peers. We are able to get along and we reach understandings. And of course, this needs a proper fiscal path. The future of Greece lies with us walking down the path of fiscal sanity properly, or we don't have any margin to have a change in the expenditure margins. As we speak, there are 10 countries that may be subject to enhanced supervision. If that happens, then the bonds will be more pricey, and that will also negatively impact on the cost of the loans, and so we don't want to lag behind. So let's be proper, let's be serious, and make sure that we opt for the growth and development path. After all, it's part of Kyriakos Mitsotakis and this government. We're always supportive of entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Panagis Galiatsatos. I am the editor-in-chief of Real News, and welcome you to the interview with Yannis Varoufakis, who is the secretary of the 25DM party and the former minister of finance. Welcome, Mr. Varoufakis. Let me start by asking you. You were the Minister of Finance in 2015. At the time, you were saying that there was a possibility of a new road. We have been listening to the mainstream road for Greece of 2030. What different can you propose, and where do you place the emphasis? Looking towards 2030, and first of all, thank you for inviting me. Looking forward towards 2030, 2035, I believe that there are two dimensions that will be critical for Greece and Europe in general. That is energy, and what I called a cloud capital, that is AI. These are definite challenges for the future, things that we need to be achieved. I never heard anything interesting about any of those, not in Greece, but in general. Allow me to start with energy. It seems that this planet is undergoing a division. This has started many years ago, and we see two things. One side are the oil countries which are returning, especially after Donald Trump's administration, to the to the fossil fuels, oil. And unfortunately, Europe, that had been happily pursuing the road of green transition, seems to be starting the process of deepening its dependence on oil, or rather fracked sea, that is from Texas. We see the vertical access, Ionian explorations, etc. On the other hand, there are countries such as Pakistan. 80% of the households are not linked to the grid anymore, what we used to call the public park. In every dowry agreement, and I don't know if you are aware of that, every dowry, because unfortunately they continue to have dowries there, 2 Chinese panels, 1 inverter, and a Chinese battery. And therefore, their electricity provider is irrelevant, just like in Ethiopia, where recently import of vehicles from motorcycles to whatever that had an internal combustion engine. And this, of course, stops the dependency on fossil fuels and dollar. And which is the direction we opt for? I believe that petrostates should not be the way to go. So Greece, or the government, should have followed along the Green Agreement. Now this is forgotten. It was an idea by Ms. von der Leyen, and now she has forgotten all about it. She was so happy about it. And now we're following the way of tanks. The second issue is the AI, what I called the cloud capital. But we are moving, you are promoting a direction that is completely different from the one we are following. You say that we need to have a very strong state intervention and different energy communities. Are you in favor of the nationalization or making the public power corporation state-owned? And you are also proposing that the energy stock exchange should be abolished. Yes, of course. We have kilowatt hours with zero cost practically, and when it comes to your home, you're paying it much more dearly than the LNG that comes to this country. But the proponents of this theory are there? Do they still exist? Yes. But the idea is that we do it in order to make sure that under the worst circumstances there will still be availability. This can be achieved through a very good optimization system that whenever you need natural gas generated power, you can pay them at a normal price. But if you receive power from hydro or from wind, and you pay for them as if they were generated by LNG, maybe Mr. Mytilineos has recently discussed the NPLs that are about to occur for those who have invested in PV panels. And Mr. Mytilineos is the owner of energy companies. So we believe that PVs have not ended. They should have ended. When can we get the natural gases or oils, assuming they do exist, in 8 or 10 years' time? These pumpings will be completely non-economical at the time. We will have the batteries so as to have base load. And this is possible today. Imagine what will happen in 5 years. To reduce the price of kilowatt hour, but 92%. So in 2035, we are heading in this direction. And the beauty of PVs is that they are on the rooftops and not on agricultural land, and that they belong to the communities. And this is what's happening all over the world, from Africa, China, or even Britain. We're not talking about nationalization, but about communization. In Sitia, for instance, in Crete, people are angry against these wind farms that have been installed on the top of the mountain, because they don't gain anything. They did not benefit. And secondly, because nobody asks them whether they want them or whether they like to have 150-meter high towers there that were brought and they are obsolete. And now we have the fuel cartel. But this should be forgotten in 2030, in the Greece of 2030. We are 1 month or 8 months away from the next election, depending whom you listen to. And I see that the issue of energy is for you the main issue for alliances and the setting up of the left-wing pole or a center-left wing. Is this the only thing that you disagree from? Is this the only thing that you divides you from the other parts of the left. Listen, we are not center-left. There is no space for social democracy. This is obsolete. But anyway, energy is indispensable. In 25DM, we talk about things that are very interesting to people. But in politics, you can be useful only if you say things that that enrage something. I saw a new party which was presented, and they came up with a list of things that they wish to achieve. I did not disagree with anything, because each and every one of us, if we start writing a list, justice, education, health, culture, but nobody will disagree. But this will be nothing specific. We become disagreeable to a few people, to some people, because we are undergoing 2-3 industrial revolutions at the same time. Quantum computing will be one that has never been discussed yet. It will be the energy, and if we're talking about 2030 and not 2015, we need to have a view about these issues. And this view needs to be to go against the wishes of some. Let us go to the second thing that you consider important. Mr. Varoufakis wrote a book in 2030 about by saying that capitalism is dead because at this point in time, large corporations that control the different platforms such as Google, Microsoft, etc., Amazon, do not produce anything and to sell and get some profit, but that they are just getting profits. That was the book of the year in 2023, if I'm not mistaken. Has this changed with the entrance of big AI companies such as Anthropic, NVIDIA, etc.? And how does this affect our country? How does this phenomenon that you are describing affect the country? What I was writing in the book has become even stronger. Thank you for mentioning it. I think that this can overcome any political differences. In our generation, we have seen a change in 10 years' time, that in 100 years' time, the historians of the future will, as we remember the great transformation from a feudal society to an industrial society, because capital goods were generated through the means of production. You built a tractor in order to generate something else. What is happening with Google, Amazon, etc., which is a fantastic engine. Let me not criticize that. This is very smart, but the objective is not to generate, to produce. The only thing that they produce is the power that their owner has to mutate, to change our behavior. When you go to the Amazon or Scrooge here in Greece, you go outside the market because there are too many buyers and sellers, but this is not a marketplace. So the algorithm, which belongs to 1 or 2 or 3 persons, they chooses with whom you will talk. And if I send an electric bicycle to Amazon, you and I, as we sit here next one next to the other, then the result will be different. And these are not profits. These are earnings that Jeff Bezos gets from those who manufacture the electric vehicle. And this, Ricardo said in the principles of political economy, when profits shrink because there is a bleeding because of taxes, then the capitalist system becomes ill. So what stops US and Europe from a big recession? Investing in AI, which will, of course, produce some things, but why does Google have the capitalization that it does have? Not because they generated a film which you paid in order to watch. No, but because through its algorithm, they can direct your behavior so as to maximize what they gain, what they earn. And this, of course, does not maximize the profits. And this leads to a conflict. Mr. Varoufakis, a last political question, since, as I said earlier, we are in view of elections. From what I have heard, there is no possibility for you to come to an agreement with Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Androulakis. Is there a possibility to create a left-wing pole between your party and some others? Last Saturday, the newspaper called Εφημερίδα των Συντακτών, Daily, I tried to explain this. My differences with Androulakis, Tsipras, etc., it is as follows. We believe that through the traditional social democratic resources with benefits, etc., there is no solution. If you try to achieve it, what happened to you in 1983 will happen to you again. All the political system will turn against you. So 80% of this country is non-viable, so, in our view. So the main solution would be to recover basic tools that the country has lost because of the MOUs. Now, if Mr. Tsipras and Mr. Androulakis, who are competing as to who will going to provide the most benefits, they may be right. But if they're not right, those of us who are here, we have a risky decision which created some reaction inside our party anyway. But we're not the monopoly, that we know. We are the only pole in the radical left that is still standing. So we are ready to host among our candidates, people who do not disagree with us, and they don't need to leave their parties or dissolve their organizations, irrespective. Anyway, we will generously host them. This is a real wish to show unity. So, thank you very much, Mr. Varoufakis.
And let us now embark on the last session, a session on Greek shipping in troubled waters, international waters, challenges, competitiveness, and prospects. There will be a very interesting interview. The Minister of Shipping and Insular Policy will be interviewed by Dimitris Ikonomou and Akis Pavlopoulos.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good afternoon. Hope you can hear us. Good afternoon, everyone. So this is the last session for the day, I guess, right? And then you have conclusions for the day. The last session is always the best. Off mic. There's no reshuffle, right? We've escaped that. I'm just referring to that because it could be the scoop of the day. Now, let's discuss Greece. We are a top shipping power the world over. How important is our role in shaping developments and shipping today? Well, listen, for a week or so, a very big part of the world's GDP was here in Athens, in Attica, in Greece, for the Posidonia exhibition. Big companies, big business people, big figures, prominent figures in the shipping industry, from the shipping industry and relevant professions were here. This will still continue for another 25 years at least. We're talking about a big part of the world's economy. 2% of the GDP of Europe is generating thanks to shipping, and we represent 61% of the global shipping industry. Everybody says this was very good indeed. The shipping industry indeed provides 9% of the Greek GDP and offers 200,000 jobs that are very well-paid jobs, especially taking into account what's happening in the arena of competitiveness and wages and salaries paid in Greece. Now, our objective is this, and based on our planning and programming, we would like to see this further strengthened, to support it. It's supportive of the Greek economy, and I'll explain later why. But then again, these are troubled times. There's lots of geopolitical instability and volatility, so there are risks to the Greek shipping as well. What are the major ones? There are risks for the world economy, the global economy, not just the Greek shipping industry or the Greek economy. Unfortunately, the possibility of having a generalized crisis has not been eliminated now. What's happening in the Straits of Hormuz has had a huge impact on the global economy. Why is that? Because time and again we've seen that 20% of the global production is going through the straits and 25% of the natural gas production as well. The previous was about oil, and there's also fertilizers. Quantities thereof are being moved through the straits. So sooner or later, there will be shortages and there will be hikes in energy, and therefore there will be higher inflation rate. And so the markets and the economies will be under pressure. We would like to avoid that. We will look forward to having a solution, to having this resolved. The Greek government and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Greece are working very hard with a view to acting as positive catalysts for developments. Unfortunately, it appears that whenever there are conflicts and clashes in the globe, it's easy to be entangled and it's tougher to be disentangled. Let me remind you of a technocratic assessment about the war in the Ukraine. They said it would be done within a few days. It's been 4 years and it's still going on. And you see, in this case, in this war, we've had it going on for at least 4 months, and it's not easy to find a solution. There are various conditions that must be met. Minister, unfortunately, Mr. Economou can't be heard. How can shipping achieve its goals in a realistic and sustainable manner? The debate has been going on for years in Europe and the world. For the past 20 years, this is a debate that has been going on within the confines of the IMO, the International Maritime Organization. It's about decarbonization, limiting carbon emissions and eventually getting them down to zero. we want to bequeath a planet that will be in better shape for the benefit of the next generations. You see, it's not just costly, but there's also part of the emissions that's related to ocean-going shipping. But steps are being made in the right direction, not in a rushed manner. If they happen in an immeasurable manner, without any system whatsoever, that will lead to a global economy's collapse. We have explained that, and I believe that this was important in order for everyone to understand that we have to opt for common sense. Let me briefly refer to it for people to understand. The ones who were promoting the previous plan wanted to tax the shipping industry by 120 billion per year and then more by 2035. Such amounts of money are hard to generate within the span of the lifetime of a vessel, say over the span of 35 years for a ship owner to make that much money and then have taxation on them. So eventually, or rather, the prices of building ships would have hiked from 80 million, they would have gone to 240 million instead. US dollars. The ship owners would just roll off the costs, and eventually that would trickle down to the real economy. And that is a problem for Europe as well, which is under pressure. There's the high cost of living, high prices, there's pressure on the governments, there's increased inflation, there are huge price hikes in the energy sector, and then there would be also an increase in the price of commodities. If that happened, I'm talking about 2027 and then the year after. In my point of view, no government would have withstood this kind of pressure. That's why we are saying that alternative fuel, there's no such thing so far. It's just there by 0.5% of what we need. Again, Mr. Economou is not using a microphone. Mr. Kikilia says we have to wait and see what will come along the way. Maybe ammonium or nitrogen or maybe nuclear will be given priority to in order for us to proceed with the necessary reforms. But there's also the targeting ambitious goals for 2050 and 2100. These are Europe's goals and the planet's. Let's make sure that the people make it. They survive in order to get to that year and those goals. Again, Mr. Economou, without a mic, I've explained the coast. Let me repeat that. We are there to serve the hoi polloi, the people, the Greek families, the people who are agonizing over the future, who want their children to live better than they did. So the shipping industry is intertwined with the real economy, and I've explained why and how. The produce, the prices, milk, fuel, raw materials, everybody's part and parcel of our daily lives. So it's the obligation of the Greek government, and I'm glad that the Prime Minister agreed with this recommendation. And it's eventually a very important decision in terms of what the country did and how it moved. So you wanted to make it sustainable and viable, yes, to avoid big problems. And the Coast Guard, the scope, the capabilities, there's a new protocol, a new operational protocol that you have adopted. Please share with us what's changed. And this new protocol, in view of the upcoming draft law on the part of our neighbors on the blue homeland, will this protocol be more effective and efficient in view of that? When it comes to the ways in which these days our neighbor is moving, we are concerned, we are worried about it, and we always have to keep our eyes open. We are always to the end, and even in the worst possible circumstances, we will be defending peace, and we are equipping ourselves to do so. We are within the context of the Coast Guard. The responsibilities are huge. Pretty soon, the Greek Coast Guard will be dealing with the underwater cables and the security thereof. So there are sea parks, maritime parks. They've been agreed upon. We have illegal fishing and navigation routes, and then pollution or not polluting the sea. So everything is being taken care of by the Coast Guard. So each and every one of these chapters is tough. And therefore, we're called upon to find a way, not just in the Mediterranean Sea, but within the Aegean, but also within the Mediterranean, to tackle such cases or situations. We have men and women in the Coast Guard. Their contribution is huge. We will be placing orders for new vessels and ships, big ones, smaller ones, but we have to make a leap into a new era. That is why we've already started a competition. We are waiting for bidders for an AI center for the Coast Guard. We've been wanting that for years. Satellite sensors, drones, underwater documentation, that will be possible for us, and we will be able, as a Coast Guard, to have clear view of what's happening within the Aegean. And if we couple that to unmanned surface ships and also unmanned submarines and drones, that way we will be able to police everything. And by way of conclusion, let's discuss the heart and soul of shipping. It's the people. Pretty recently, many ship owners said that there is a huge issue with manning or finding human resources. Young people do not go to the shipping industry. They don't work for the shipping industry. They're not interested. So how can we make such professions appealing and attractive? Well, listen, I have a vision about it. I think there's a vision. Let's talk about the Greek families. They are the very cell of our economy. Let's focus on how we can have our young people and our children be happy, and the next generation be happy. There's unfortunately the situation, the wages, salaries, remuneration, competition. There are many challenges in Europe and in Greece. After all, Greece went through 10 years of memoranda, so it's not easy for a young person who wants to fall in love, start a family. The demographic issue was another issue that you focused on previous conference recently. So it's difficult to convince these people, young ladies and gentlemen, to work there and have a family. If you have a brief career at the sea, say 10, 14 years, compared to this person starting from zero, suppose that this is a person that had nothing, no asset whatsoever. The only way to buy a home or a country house and take care of your family, there's guarantee of income. The Greek shipping can help. But let me share examples. I go to schools, I go to colleges, and I've been doing so, and I'll do harder and more. This is the only way. We have to explain to the younger generations what the shipping industry is about. You're not there at the seas for years. The maximum is 4 months and a half, and there is. It's easy for you to fly back home on your break. 17,000 euros for the captain of an LNG ship, 16,000 or 15 if you have a tanker, 12 and 13,000. What you're saying, sir, you must shed some light on more. You have to promote that. You have to highlight that for people to understand, because generally speaking, people think that all maritime professions are the last resort. We were having discussions with people presenting the shipping industry who quite often are faced with prospects and rookies who are youngsters who fail to make the entry exams for university or college, and then they leave. We have to entice people for them to be talked over and make conscious choices. I think that this is a model that has a certain horizon, 5 years. I believe that Europe has failed, and we have to make people believe in that and have people believe in it, and that there's hope. Unfortunately, there's bureaucracy. It's slow. And the model is lagging behind compared to the respective models and systems endorsed by the US and China. That's why we're lagging behind in terms of competitiveness. So in Europe, the leaders are moving so slow, and this is not necessarily impacting positively on the states and the generation. So on the national level, we have to move. We have to do something. We have to create a realistic model that will be promising, and a model that will provide directly and immediately measurable results. So if we build this national model and then we add on it the hubs, the energy sector, the marinas, the port facilities, the FSRU, the heavy industries, the shipbuilding facilities, and if you build a whole ecosystem that encompasses Western Attica or Eastern Attica all the way to northern Greece and the islands and Piraeus, then we will have a multiplying effect in terms of growth and development in Greece. And of course, that will benefit even the value of assets, be they plots of land or pieces of real estate. So everything you bequeath to your children will be more precious. And then you have satellite jobs, there's logistics, there's service, there's supply, there's yachting, there's security, there's fuel. So there's more markets that are involved. And it was a decision we consciously made. We decided that after the restoration of the Republic, we had to help the public sector get more manned. But I believe we have to go back to the seas that made us so powerful in the first place. Thank you.
The debate, and let me call upon Stefanos Gikas, who is Deputy Minister of Shipping and Island Policy, Mr. George Alexandrakos, who is the President of the Shipping Chamber of Greece. Good afternoon. Nikolaos Ataliotis, who is the Vice President of the Ports Regulatory Authority, and Mr. Andreas Giakoumelos, who is the Director of Venergy. Good afternoon to all of you. Minister, let us start with the developments in the Gulf. Things have deteriorated since yesterday. We thought that things were going well. I've been listening to President Trump, that was the idea. And the markets had discounted, were counting on the fact that things were doing well. What does that mean for the safety of navigation? Yes, let me say that the situation in the Persian Gulf is source of concern. While we believed that we were in view of an agreement, attacks continue. Since the beginning of the war, 48 commercial ships were struck. And in relation to Greece, 8 Greek flags in the Persian Gulf, 6 in the Gulf of Oman, and in the wider area there are 70 ships of Greek interest, and we have 1,600 ships and 20,000 seamen in the Gulf. And of course, this is a huge number and number one problem in the IMO. Our ministry, the minister was here, we have been instructed by the minister to be in touch with all the Greek-owned ships right from the first moment with their managers, the managing companies. We are in touch with them. There is exchange of information, and we are also in touch with the different diplomatic and authorities. There are some ships that went through in moments of relative calm, but at this point, 8 Greek ships with Greek flags and some other Greek-owned ships remain in the Persian Gulf alongside many other ships. The situation is difficult. Right from the very first moment, we put the issue in front of our Prime Minister Mitsotakis, maritime safety and security, and this has become the number one issue in the UN Security Council, where we are a non-permanent member. Yes, we have received some threats. Of the 48 ships, 48 ships were targeted, 9 were Greek-owned. No Greek seamen, and with one exception, and they were not under Greek flag. Greece is responsible for ships flying the Greek flag, but of course Greek-owned ships are also of interest to us. So there is concern, and we worry. Let us discuss the Net Zero framework and the adjustment measures that the shipping industry needs to implement. Any sanctions create, of course, objections. So how is this whole issue being handled, or how is it dealt with? The minister also replied a while ago, this Net Zero framework has opened an extensive debate. Things cannot continue as they have started because all this turns against the competitiveness of shipping. And this is something that we do not want. We do want the green transition, but in a structured way, or on the basis of a equal level, plain level field, and the research community is looking at it. Any new fuel should be generated in huge quantities, should be plenty and accessible, cheap, in order to help the shipping industry. We need to be very careful. And now let us look at the outlook for the Greek shipping industry in the coming years. What is your vision, the issues related to shipbuilding, etc.? Our shipping is what makes this country proud. I give you some information. Greek ship owners, and my dear friend who is the president of the Shipping Chamber of Greece is aware of all that. The order book by Greek ship owners to Chinese shipbuilding is 430 ships, 20,000 dead weight, and 430 from Korean shipbuilders and 49 from Japanese shipbuilders. You see that there is a huge growth of the shipping industry. This we should credit to this government, New Democracy, and Kyriakos Mitsotakis. This is the revival of Greek shipbuilding. We were late. Yes, we were late, but we now see that there is a growth course for the shipbuilding. Hanwha Korean industry and Onyx Greek shipbuilders agreed in my presence. There was an important agreement, and the Hyundai shipbuilding and the Scaramanga shipbuilding company. We are making leaps into the future, and I believe that we are close to other agreements with the building of warships and others. Let's move on to Mr. Alexandrapos, who is sitting next to you, the president of the Shipping Chamber of Greece. Let us discuss the companies which work around the shipping, the satellite professions, and the important investments. This is also very important. Good morning. I come from Cephalonia, and I like to say good morning until the evening, late evening. So I should like to thank all of you, especially Mr. Hadjinikolaou, Ms. Piriotti, and my friend Tatiana Kontika for inviting us to the conference. For me, this has added value. This conference has added value. Minister, and I must say that under your leadership and the leadership of Minister Kikilias, I like to speak the truth. We want to see what's happening in reality. And what I see now is that the attitude is open. There is some extroversion, and I'm really happy. This is one of the few conferences that invited us. Shipping belongs to all of us, but I am quite the extrovert myself, and in all due humility, I am accepted to the cluster. We are not invited, we're only invited in shipping conferences. But I really congratulate you for agreeing or thinking of shipping to include it in such a conference. And I believe that nobody can bring results by themselves. I will joke and say that I looked at the program. You are the only panelists that you are in a duo. We started at 3 in like this. And there's something else for being a duo. Synergies. And there's something else which is important to shipping. Synergy. You are in synergy, and so are we. You brought the ministry, the chamber, the ports, and a company. Each one individually could not give you the full reason. How many professions are linked to shipping? Listen, we are number one in ship owning globally, 20%, and in Europe, 62%. And Tatiana will tell me, okay, I'm very happy as a Greek to contribute, or rather to see Greek shipping to contributing to 13 billion every year and so many jobs. But can I become a ship owner? Yes, you can, but I cannot tell you you can become a ship owner. You will make Tatiana a ship owner. I never asked the name of another lady, and I follow your kindness. How many jobs? Well, I'm about to answer, but you have interrupted me with advertisements. Anyway, the Union of Greek Ship Owners and Maritime Hellas, which is a cluster, maritimehellas.org, www.maritimehellas.org. More than 100 different professions are linked and drink from the milk of shipping. These are basic and complementary, over and above the core, which is at sea. As the minister said, we were at the Posidonia Exhibition Week. 2,240 from 83 countries, pavilions. All the others were services. There were very few ship owners. The rest were services. And over and above the professions, agents or lawyers, you don't need a special huge car. What are the problems around shipping? Our chamber conducted a survey, which was confirmed by the Maria Tsakos Institute. In a country that is, number one, less than 15% of the Greek territory is aware of the potential and the prospects of these professions. Less than 15%. So 85% of the people ignore it. Just like they are not aware of the working conditions of going to sea, to work at sea. So what we did this year, alongside the Ministry of Shipping, we issued 335,000 such pamphlets. We have raised awareness alongside many others. Every household that has a student in the 3 last years of primary education. So we need to fill the gaps. We need to promote the prospects, the opportunities, the importance of the industry, the professions, and we all need to understand what is happening. Well, present the facts, the number of opportunities, how many opportunities exist. This is my personal view as a second generation worker in shipping. We also have the know-how. It is not... we have competitiveness is also an issue, but people are entering the other jobs. And in some cases, your investment has very, very high yields. So we all need to, because we all love this country, we need to not to attract. I cannot tell your child to come to shipping, but you can include this profession in the vocational information that. They can go to see one of the 11 schools of shipping, and 4 years later, they can start in very good working condition. Money is not only the only important thing, it's how you make the money and which are the conditions. Safety is very, very high compared to other professions, as long as Agios Nikolaos is on your side. And you can start at the age of 4-year-old, you earn 6,000 a month, and when you are 29 or 30 years old, 9,000, and 33 in excess of 12 to 13, 34, 14,000.
Off mic. Mrs.
Είναι αγαπημένη κυρία.
Ms. Pirioti, unfortunately, is not using a microphone and we can't hear her. Now listen to the outcomes or the fruits. We, as the chamber, are not promulgating legislation. We are advisors to the state, to the government. We have 90 years. We are celebrating our birthday. You're all invited. After all, two of you. We represent 22,000 members. We do not make legislation. We are advisors, but various sectors are coming along and they are sharing their problems with me. And I tell them for some things in this country, we have to praise God some things are doing okay. You can't expect too much again and again. So something is going well. We have to avow so much. And now, thank you, Mr. Alexandratos. Over to Mr. Nataliotis, who is the Vice President of RAL. Pray forgive me, says Mr. Alexandratos. I'm picking up from where Ms. Pirioti left off. She mentioned Mrs. Kerameos. Can you do it today or tomorrow? The outcomes of all extroversion efforts of ours were there because Ms. Kerameos showed up at the Posidonia and she said on Friday that 68% is the increase of jobs in new jobs, plus 68% new jobs in maritime related and shipping related professions. Pray forgive me for going on, and it's good to know that. So you have to share that, said Mr. Pavlopoulos. Mr. Ataliotis, you are the Vice President of the Regulatory Port Authority. You are the independent authority for this industry. How are you doing? Good afternoon and all the best. Shall we look at how you look at things vis-a-vis challenges faced by this sector? The biggest challenge, I'd say, lies with the fact that we need to understand that Greek ports are no longer mere transport infrastructure. Greek shipping, quite often, it's been talked about its fleet, its size, its global prowess. But at a point in time when there is geopolitical volatility and changes, there is change in the flows, there is a restructuring of logistics and chains. So competitiveness in shipping is judged upon not just in the seas but also at the level of the mainland and the ports as such. They are hubs for national security. They are hubs for energy sufficiency. They are hubs for food safety and security. They are hubs for connectivity, for regional growth and development and geopolitical presence. Against this backdrop, therefore, and on this occasion, let me congratulate you on giving the floor to the ports. The whole discussion on Greek shipping must be integrated in the Greek system for ports and marinas. First off, allow me to briefly introduce RAL, which is the Regulatory Ports Authority. It's an honor for me to represent RAL. The regulatory authority for the ports is a fundamental pillar for legality, legitimacy, and institutional balance in the market. It's there to protect everyone: users, operators, managers, the Greek state, protected schemes and investments and providers. There's a founding law, 4389, dating back to 2016. So it's been 10 years since the creation of this beloved law. And there are specific clauses and provisions that are intertwined with concession and sub-concession agreements. Coming back to your question, a very topical challenge is pertinent to the institutional maturing of the ports and the planning thereof. RAL's participation in ESSAL, which is the committee that plans for the development of ports, we're there, and the head of this committee is the Secretary General. ESSAL makes plans and approves, revises and updates the growth and development programs for the development of ports. They are called master plans, and it decides upon certain terms and conditions, and it also decides upon the terms and conditions for environmental impact assessment. So one challenge would lie with the further maturation of the master plans and the updating thereof. And it's also important to decide upon the definitive borders of the land zones. So we need master plans that are up to date and clearly delineated zones. These are critical, really critical when it comes to operational sufficiency, rule of law, appealing to investors, and so these all play a role in competitiveness. What about the prospects of the Greek ports? What about the existing opportunities given this volatility and instability globally? The biggest opportunity for our ports lies with the fact that geography is becoming important again. Geography is becoming important again because for years, for quite a number of years, there was this thought or mentality according to which technology and globalization diminish the importance of a location, the geographical position. The aforementioned two parameters indeed had diminished the value of geography. It's now the other way around. Geopolitical developments are putting at the epicenter geography as such, and when geography is still at the core, at the epicenter, then Greece has a strategic edge. Yes, we are at a crossroads of fundamental energy lanes, sea lanes. We are a point of entry for Europe through the Eastern Mediterranean. We are a bridge for 3 continents, but this is not enough. Geography creates opportunities, but competitiveness makes them result, an outcome. That's why I believe that the national system, and I'll be brief, depends on 3 intertwined axes. First, turning the Greek ports into data hubs, not just hubs that are moving cargo. The next wave of competition will not just concern infrastructure, but it will be about information, data, who knows what and how fast, who can process the data fast, who can make real decisions fast. That is why I believe that big data, interoperability, and AI will set people apart. That's one. So you're talking about a digital framework that's missing. The digital framework is not there. Well, we do, but we have to get it better, to make it better. The enemy of what's good is what's best or better. The fact that we have a serious framework doesn't mean that it can't be ameliorated. That's one thing. And then the second pillar is the green transition. Let's be realistic. Let's see what's feasible. The green transition and sustainability or viability. So we have to combine the economic aspect of things, the financial, the social, the environmental. Quite often people tend to think that environmental compliance, I'm referring to compliance, not to what the Deputy Minister said before. Environmental compliance is inherent with costs. I believe that this compliance is an investment because the ports that will adjust faster to the new environmental requirements will be attracting more ships, more vessels, more cargo, more investments and more funding. This is a point in time when what you're describing is what we are after, many chunks thereof. I mean, there are critical islands that have lots and lots of people visiting and ships and vessels docking. There's still need for real works there. And I have another question for you. Qualitatively speaking, operationally speaking, at the level of what is provided and supplied at the level of our ports, are they contemporary? Are they state of the art? As far as I know, there is well, given our institutional capacity and given our regulatory scope of our responsibilities, I know that what's happening is a very well organized and steadfast effort to help deal with the problems, any problems that are there, to have a rationalized approach to the management of inflows of people and cargo, to eventually improve the management of situations, and therefore to have some evolution, some improvement that will in turn help improve the product and the services. This is a big break for Greece in order for it to become a hub for stability, connectivity and reliability. Given that we know why there's no stability or steadfastness, this is our edge. Mr. Gikas would like to take the floor. Yes, about the ports. Let me add something, if I may. It's a core choice on the part of the government. We are aiming at and working for the improvement of port infrastructure. We have talked about it time and again. As we speak, 30 insular ports are given priority. 21 of them, following a decision made by the relevant committee, are being funded by the Growth Fund. And for 10 of them, there's also technical assistance. So in the forthcoming weeks and months, we're going to have many bids and calls for tender. 180 million in total will be given. The money has been earmarked through the NSRF 2021-27, and there's another 90 from the RRF. Of course, certain ports have already been completed. For instance, the Mount Athos, Iviro and Megisti Lavra ports, and Vasilis Kikilias recently paid a visit to them both. So we are heavily emphasizing on this. So 12 centrally located ports that are of major national importance, as we describe them, will be able to facilitate cold ironing by 2030, so there will be infrastructure for that. And then several insular islands will also be given such scope for cold ironing, which is more environmentally friendly. Again, Mr. Economou can't be heard. He's giving the floor to Mr. Yakoumelos, who works for Venergy. Would you like to comment on what has been said so far? And what about the timing of decisions made within the tumultuous times and the backdrop thereof? Good afternoon.
Thank you for inviting me. It is a pleasure and an honor to be on the same panel as the Deputy Minister, the President of the Chamber, and the Head of the Ports Regulatory Authority. Mr. Alexandratos has just said that Greek shipping is a world leader. As far as capacity is concerned, we have 1/5 of the global level. This is 62% of the fleet that is controlled by European countries is in Greek hands. So we're talking about the industrial part of Greek shipping. When we're talking about energy autonomy and independence, Greek autonomy is right there. This is important, and I would like to use what the Union of Greek Ship Owners has said. The Greek shipping is always seafaring and always a leader. In last year, we have made more than 175 port calls in more than 170 countries. So Greek shipping is a guarantor of global security, the world trade, and the supply chain for decades. As regards the timing, this is the $1 million question in shipping. I am rather young to be able to comment on that, but listening to what I hear and the way that we behave in Venergy Maritime and having invested in more than 30 vessels, I believe that this is a cyclical position, and this defines who has or whether one has a competitive advantage. The timing of entering and leaving, but this is much more complex question due to the geopolitical instability. Yes, the risk is higher and the X factor is high. We have events such as COVID, we have decarbonization and Greek transition, you have high cost and inflation, many variables. Still, the ship owner has to make decisions. We are in a good position because of the plethora of data. The information is there for us, but personally, I don't believe that shipping can be only data-driven. How can you take the right decision in such a complex and unstable environment? There is no decision in shipping. What you need to do is, on the basis of the patterns that repeat themselves because of the cyclical phenomenon, you need to get the data which is available, to manage it, to analyze it, and decide. But the decision has to have flexibility so that more than one scenario can be served. Without microphone,
Χτίζεται στρατηγικά δηλαδή ένας στόλος.
How can we strategically build a fleet? The risks are numerous, obviously. Both the market and the geopolitical situation, as well as the green transition, are intertwined and more risky than ever. And the issue here is to be able to adjust to the changes that are brought in by these factors. So this is a marathon. So the more resilient you are and the more adjustable you are, the way that you can build your fleet with technologies that can serve the next 10 to 50 years, because we don't know what technology will prevail or not, the fuel that will prevail, to be competitive so as to avoid becoming obsolete. But you must be able to meet the needs of your clients. Let's go back to the young people who would like to go. Do you have or to work in shipping? Do you have the necessary human resources, and what is missing? Listen, shipping. I will give you a bit of my personal experience. When I was 18 or 20 years old, and I was required to decide what I wanted to do. I do not come from a shipping family, but I was convinced that shipping would be able to give me a future, either in the office or at sea. We heard there are prejudices or ignorance about what the sector can offer. There is a great potential for young people to start a career there. But young people need to understand the opportunities that are there and the conditions which exist. We cannot be a world leader and at the same time say that there's a lack of people to work in our sector. Would anybody like to add something before we conclude? Mr. Arteliotis, Alexandratos, just a comment as regards what we just heard. The adaptability of shipping. When the war broke out, there were 260 ships of Greek-owned ships. Today, there are only 70. Obviously, these ships have been able to adapt, to adjust to what was needed. Greek shipping has been resilient exactly because it is able to adjust, and it always comes out stronger. Mr. Alexandratos, in order to conclude, two things as regards the environment. We heard both the minister and the deputy minister. What I would like to say, be objective and to discuss on the basis of data. If we were to go back when there was no transport industry, and if we were to tell Einstein, please create a transport sector that can carry 90% of world trade and to use hundreds of thousands of tons of fuels every day and contribute only to 10% fuel, have 2.5% CO2. They would just give up. So 1.6 CO2 as President Revolution. What can we clean up? Okay, let's clean this 1.6 CO2. But we need to see some reciprocation for the other 98%. Yes, we can do it, but those of us, all of us are proud of our shipping. These achievements did not just happen. They were achieved by specific people who were special people. My dear colleagues, being a ship owner is the most difficult profession. So let me conclude. I am proud of the shipping industry because there is joining, which really helps, synenosis that is, which helps the sector. And there is an opportunity. We can start as of today. The largest TV stations are owned by ship owners, people who would like to help, and it is possible to make shipping the greatest influencer, and we have to have 111 instead of 112, which creates panic, to ring in our phones. Once again, thank you.
Thank you for giving me the floor again. I would like to refer to the significance of institutions and the work that we do as an independent regulatory authority. Investors invest in port infrastructure. Markets, nonetheless, invest in trust, and trust is generated by means of institutions. Would you like to add something, Mr. Yakoumelos? By way of conclusion, as far as I'm concerned, let me say this. These are uncertain times, and this is how this is going to continue. I believe this is a norm in our daily lives, everyone's life. So uncertainty can no longer be used as an excuse. Ship owners, to the maximum extent, as best as they can, they must still continue to invest and move forward. There's no other option. And this is the way to stay atop and strong. And after all challenges, there's no end to challenges and uncertainty, so they shouldn't be thought of as obstacles. Thank you.
Theon International is a leading developer and manufacturer of man-portable night vision, thermal imaging and electro-optical systems for defense and security applications with global footprint. Theon Group started its operations in 1997 from Athens, Greece, and since then has established itself as a leading force in the global market. Theon Group has an international office network in the US, Germany, Switzerland, Denmark, 2 offices in the UAE and Singapore, and co-production and system maintenance partnerships in Brazil, the US, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, South Korea, and Indonesia. State-of-the-art production facilities in Athens, serving its customers in 68 countries worldwide, 24 of which are NATO members. Theon also operates a production plant in Wetzlar, Germany, which is a joint venture together with Hensel Electronics, and a production capacity in Plymouth, Michigan, which is operated by its partner, Aeotech. Theon's main factory is in Athens, close to the Athens International Airport. The main factory covers an area of 8,300 square meters, split over 2 buildings, which hosts a highly skilled workforce of around 310 people. The facility size and setup supports the expected continuous growth of Theon over the coming years. Theon's production setup has the capacity to facilitate the entire engineering and production process, from initial research, design and product development, prototyping and testing, to product industrialization, as well as customer and product support. This approach enables Theon to deliver customized solutions in short time while maintaining a cost-effective structure. The company has 13 assembly rooms, 5 of which are clean rooms in which optical assemblies are being produced. The facility also hosts the engineering department, which consists of an experienced team of engineers who are highly skilled experts in their fields, including optical, mechanical, electronic, software, computer vision and AI engineering, as well as system design. Big emphasis is given on assuring the high quality of products. Quality inspection is carried out on all components that are sourced from Theon's international supply chain using state-of-the-art test and measurement equipment, many of which are in-house designed and assembled. Theon's products use two distinct technologies, night vision and thermal imaging. Night vision technology is based on image intensification and is used under low light conditions where ambient light that is available from sources such as the moon, the stars or street lights is amplified and projected onto a typical green or black and white screen. Today, night vision monoculars and binoculars are the basic equipment for any night operations. Thermal devices, in essence, capture and display differences in temperature of objects. Thermal systems can operate in total darkness, but also in full daylight and are typically used for medium to long-range observation and targeting of objects. Night vision and thermal technology are complementary, and the trend goes to fused systems that combine both technologies in one device, which is something that Theon is working on.
Στη ζωή υπάρχουν πολλοί δρόμοι. Αν όμως έχεις τη δύναμη να τους ενώσεις σε έναν δρόμο, το δικό σου δρόμο, τότε είσαι η Μέτλεν, με πρωταγωνιστικό ρόλο στην εξέλιξη